6 matches, 2020, the entire season. We did it. We all did it together, and we couldn't have done any of it without every one of you fans supporting, contributing, just watching, just clicking, just having likes, having comments, having controversial thoughts. Y'all made it possible. And so thanks to you, our crew, the competitors, the managers, each and every one of y'all making this season against all odds possible. New era, indeed. And now we get to move on. But first, we get to rest. And we get to rest with, oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you? Okay. Most of y'all get to rest and enjoy the holidays. But me and Molly, well, we got to work on our new rule book. So we're going to get cracking, right? One of us is going to get to work. Love y'all. See ya. Happy holidays.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Call to Action, Spectacular Breakdown. I do want to thank Mark Ellis for sending along those little nuggets of joy, and of course, getting to see Molly always is a joy. He wished he could be here, but he wanted to send that as love is all. Real quick, I just want to say I'm sorry we're late. I do appreciate it. You can actually hashtag blame PLD for this. It's definitely my fault. If you didn't watch the action, guys, I was on with Ben, Jen Sturger, and Andrew Guy was nowhere to be found, unfortunately.
Surprise.
Still a little worried about him. We texted him, we called him. I actually got a text back from him, and it was just a smiley face. So I don't know what to think, but that's not here nor there now. I'm here now at C2A, or if anything comes in, I will let you guys know. If I didn't hear from Ben or Sue or from Asha, I'll let you know. We'll find out. But I'm here now at C2A with my lovely co-host, Alex Mack. How are you doing?
No, this is a gosh darn conspiracy. My dude Drew is on top of it, and I refuse to believe that he's in danger, because he can get himself out of any situation because he is our Lord and Savior, Andrew Guy. Okay. I can't.
I get it.
I can't put it into words right now.
If you guys are the same way about this, send in your Streamlabs, send in your Super Chat, send in any questions, comments, concerns. We'll read them on air as we break down this great event. Alex, we're not going to do this alone, though. We do have some guests that are going to be popping on throughout the evening. 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, we'll see, as we break down this lovely event from yesterday. Should we just let them on now, or should we let them sit there in the back for a while?
Yes, we have some pretty awesome people, so let's not delay it any longer.
Okay. Well, first of all, we have the talented someone I'm excited to interact with, because I feel like I've known her and talked around her for a while. You have always had the pleasure of talking to her quite often. But the wonderful, the talented, and one of the hottest free agents now, specifically, Marisol McKee.
Woo!
Hey, everybody.
That was a big event yesterday, and while you were not involved in the matches, you definitely had a big part to play afterwards with your. But first of all, let's talk about your corruption, winning the faction championship. How'd that make you guys feel?
It feels amazing. Win or lose, it didn't matter where we ended up in the faction race. We were always just going to be so proud of everything that we've accomplished this season. You know, we have become a really tight-knit group that is genuinely personally invested in each other's success, failures, no matter what. Like we're there for each other in every aspect of this world, of this competition. So I was gonna be really proud no matter what. But man, nailing winning the faction race on top of it all just felt really sweet on top of it all.
I do think that obviously, there was a lot of, outside of the matches themselves, which were fantastic, there was a lot, storyline. There was a lot of big discussions that were happening, in the post interviews and everything. And Shannon, she gave us quite a really awesome surprise, mentioning her core trio, mentioning both members of the corruption team, champion team, which is Mike Kalinowski, as well as Chance Ellison, and the third being newly belted champion Adam Collins. So what an amazing trio right there. But I have to say, Adam has mentioned a whole bunch of times in interviews being like, I've worked really hard to be here, but one of the primary reasons I am here is because of my girl, Marisol. She helps train me one-on-one. I've worked with her for a while. I don't know if I would be here without her. And I don't even know if I want to be on a team without her. So that's a lot of love.
Look, the feeling is mutual, like it's not, it's what I'm saying. We've all been really, really invested with each other. And I was screaming from the rooftops when Adam won the championship. He, a lot of people search, their whole Schmodown careers to find that right partner. I am extremely fortunate. I am blessed that I have already found the only person I ever want to be partners with. And yeah, it's Adam Collins. So the feeling's mutual there. We have, it would be, I can't think of a person who is going to put more into this game, be more invested in our success as a unit and my personal success as much as his own. Mm-hmm. It's just a good mesh. So all that, that I'll toss that right back at him.
Well, it is funny now though. I mean, it's like here it is a day later. It's almost tough to bask in that anymore as we are entering free agency now at this point. You might have to pivot into a space where you're training to take him on and beat him for the championship at some point. Does that ever enter your mind yet, or have you not even gone that far yet?
It's entered my mind, in jest, because sometimes like I look at him and be like, hey, imagine if we played each other. Just, nah. And now, hey, we all saw what happened at the end of the spectacular. Now that's, who knows? Who knows? Suddenly something that didn't, like you said, like before, like was like, no, we're best friends forever. You're not going anywhere. Now the reality is settling in. And I know all the things that I hope will happen. I don't want to leave corruption. I don't want to leave this family that I have. And I don't want to leave my PIC, that I found like on the first go, but I have to be ready for whatever's going to happen. But I know that no matter what happens that, I'm going to get my way back to the Coyotes somehow, whether it's on teams, whether we play each other, it's not going to be the end of our story. That's what I feel confident about.
Yeah. Well, before we kind of start going into the matches themselves, and we also have another guest, that's hanging out with us. So just definitely stay tuned for that. I do have one more question for Marisol, which is now Shannon, obviously, Joseph, like
could happen.
Like it's, hypothetically, it could happen. I do know Shannon, obviously being such a great manager and making the faction, making it feel like such a really great family, obviously. But she has also said numerous times where as much as I love my competitors, I love not only my core trio, but all my competitors, Mark, Claudia, you, Laura, all these amazing competitors, being a good manager, she has to be like, as much as I want you to stay with me and I want you to stay with me, at the same time, I know you're a really competitive competitor. So you have to keep your options open to whatever comes your way. And I think that's a really great aspect of, Shannon, obviously, you got to be true to your competitor and what they need, but I'm sure I'm not asking for like what offers or whatever maybe you're getting, honestly, but at the same time, you must be having conversations, essentially. Is that right? Or are you kind of being like not even thinking about it yet?
As your phone started ringing, that's what she's trying to say.
Off the hook. I almost chucked it out the window this morning. No, it's not that dramatic. But there have been conversations have started. We're off to the races. The conversations have started. And it is one of those things where I can, I can be optimistic and want what I want, and what I hope for.
Nice. Love Mark Ellis.
I could want what I could live in Fantasyland and and only think what I want is going to happen is what's going to happen.
Right.
You know, or I could just be realistic and look at like the bigger picture, like you're saying, like, okay, so just the sheer reality, take feelings, emotions out of all of it. The just reality is that I fell in line like number 4 and number 5 out of our faction, you know, on the rankings there, you know, because our faction just we're kind of a big deal. You know, that's just how it went. You know, when a faction is stacked like that, that's you know, played 4 matches so far this season. That's how I fall into the ranks. I get
Which
it.
is huge for a rookie. Like that almost never happens. You know,
I'm not downplaying. I'm just being honest about it. So I got to look. You know, I'm looking at the family. I'm looking at what I love about the environment that I'm in, and I'm also looking at, you know, if I'm 4 or 5 here, when I could be, just hypothetically, like just saying, could I be potentially 2 or 3, you know, or something in another scenario, in another faction, you know, those are the kind of things now that I have to think about. Like that is something that I can't be like, oh, that's never going to happen. I have to think about it like that. You know, I have to think about what's best for my growing career, you know, at the same time, and all the kind of options that would encompass. Is it coming back to my family, finding a way back to the family that I have here, or is there another more complicated route? Is there some other route there? That's just the reality. I've got to at least understand that all of those things could happen down the line. So that's what I'm in the process of doing right now. No matter what, even though my heart wants what it wants, I have to be, you know, gotta be a big kid.
Makes sense.
yeah.
Before we go on, I do want to say we have a Streamlabs from somebody who was in the chat earlier that I want to throw out there now. Some guy named Mark Ellis actually donated generously as well. Mr. Mark Ellis, we love you so much. He says, sorry, I can't pop in tonight. Got a ton of work this week, which you all get to see soon. Thanks to you all, I'll have fond memories of 2020. Speaking of this year coming to an end, don't make any plans for New Year's Eve just yet. Winky face. Love, baby carrots. So thank you again, Mark. Appreciate that, my friend. So
I have a sneaking suspicion we're getting something New Year's Eve or New Year's Eve Day or something. So that's going to be fun. Okay, thank you so much for answering our questions, Marisol. We are going to bring on our next guest. Oh my gosh, guys.
The new.
He's not a new champion. He is the champion. He is the defining IG champion, Mr. Chandra.
Hey.
Yo,
The chosen one.
sexy belt.
So, yeah, I've gotten guff for like not showing up on some certain streams without the belt, and I've earned it. So the chairman has told me like to show up with the belt, like in every live stream or video I show up on. So you
can't not have it. I mean, you earned it.
Of course.
I wear that to
every chance you can, right?
I'd be like, yeah, I worked for it. You know, I'm like wearing it to the DMV.
I think my shoulder would have like chafe marks on it because I just carried it around wherever I went.
No, it's just like your actual skin now. It's like meshed in your
It's
skin,
like part of my skin, like just stitch it with every t-shirt I have, like just remove it. And hey, Marisol. I don't think we've met like officially before. This is the first time we've like actually met digitally.
We have not. This is a first. The first.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Hey, I see your belt over there. Congratulations. I gotta just get that. I'll just get that out of the way. Congratulations.
Nice to get out of the way. Thank you. Congratulations to your faction too.
Yeah, it feels pretty good.
You know what?
Are we starting something here? Maybe I don't know what to say.
Look, I haven't even mentioned. I know that was part of the conversation too. People were like, "Oh, Marisol only knows how to play singles and teams." You know, you guys haven't even heard me even mention IG in any single conversation.
Yeah.
So don't before you guys draw all your conclusions. Again, to my point that like every time everybody sees me, they learn a little bit more about me and they see what I can do. And I'll just say this: I haven't even brought up IG yet, so we'll just leave that for another time.
Yeah, which is more reason to like find a different faction, right? If you're in corruption, they're probably gonna enter like Chance and Mike, or like their third entry into IG probably would be like Adam Collins. So if you find a different faction which doesn't have like too many IG people, you could actually be their IG like entry in the into the tournament and so forth. So I don't know. Corruption could be a victim of its own success going forward.
I know everybody wants to break me away from Shannon's. I know that's on everybody's agenda. They're like, yes, you don't need it.
Well, I do think it's kind of interesting how, honestly, obviously, now Marisol, you know, you're not technically part of the core trio, obviously. However, Shannon desperately wants to keep you. I mean, who wouldn't? Any good manager would. But also, Chandra, we didn't get any word from, you know, Swag Master, Winston, what his core trio could be. And obviously, you are a defending belt champ. I feel like it's easy to assume you're part of the core trio, but can you give any inklings?
I mean, so he has like at least 5 like star players that he can choose from, and there's a lot of decisions for him to make, and it's also a lot of decisions for all of us to make as well. So what is the best thing for any of us going forward? So if he asks for my advice, like during draft night and like before free agencies and stuff, like if he asks for my input, like, and if I've seen anything from any of the players, I'm ready to give it to him. But like in end of the day, it's Winston's decision, and my only decision is like where I go, and that's the only thing I can give any actual input about.
Fair enough. How did you enjoy your time in your faction this year?
Oh, it was lovely.
It was lovely. So you want to stay with Swag at this point?
I mean, ideally, like that would be like the best thing for me going forward, because I definitely had a better season with Winston than my rookie season. So there's a lot of loyalty that comes with it, and also a lot of like we've built the whole relationship of a manager-player relationship over this entire year, and it's a great friendship as well. So we want to, I'd want to like continue keeping the friendship, but like it's clear there's a difference in style of like how we want to play as well, how we want to play the game as well, like how we want to be perceived as well. So so it's I don't know if Winston is okay with with people rooting not for Swag, but just because like they have like one player they don't want to be or want to see happy and things like that, and it's a hard decision for both of us to make. It's going to be a long off season where we need to make the decisions, and we need to. I also feel like we need to make it quick, because the first match back is going to be ours. My title defense against Mara. So we want to be on the same page as soon as possible, so I can start working with whatever manager I end up with next season. If it is Winston or if it is anyone else as well, because.
Well,
that was a big announcement yesterday. That was definitely a big announcement yesterday in the first third. I'm going to be you versus Mara coming back after her layoff. Yeah. That's an exciting match. How do you feel? Are you worried at all? Are you cocky that you can take her out no problem? What do you think?
I'm just excited to play like new players again. Like this entire season, I've just played the same people I played in my rookie season. So I want to like actually share screen with like more players. It's always like a fun thing to do, and I was hoping I would play Mike also this season, because these are people like I looked up to and watched matches of when I was like when I wasn't even like considering going into IG, going into the Schmodown especially, Schmodown even. So I was like just watching them as a big fan. Like it's just going to be extra fun for me.
Oh, real quickly from the chat, we had someone actually ask you a question, Chandra. So definitely comment in hot. It is Jedi McPimp. I'm taking that name. Just saying right now. If Chandra was in charge of swag, who would he keep? Sorry, too broke for StreamYards. Totally understand. No big deal.
Wait. Oh, wait. Why?
If you were Winston's shoes.
If
And
I
let's say
was
if you were like a retired competitor in charge of swag.
okay.
Take yourself out of
If
that situation.
I was in Winston's shoes, like I think the first choice is pretty obvious. Paul Oyama. He's like I would say the best player to ever play this game, and the amount of the time commitment he puts into this, uh, and the like tactical way he thinks about the game and his opponents as well, and the amount of like as much as people talk about like how much I'm helping Winston back behind the scenes. Paul is helping even more behind the scenes, especially in the second half of the season where it's been singles and teams heavy. He's been like helping train all of our tournament entrants and so on, and he's also got this like institutional knowledge of everything that's happened in the Schmodown. Like I do this OCD level of knowledge of every single match, every question asked about IG. He knows about that singles and teams and everything. So Paul Oyama is definitely a keep, and I would keep the champion in the division. I mean in the faction so that those two were clear, and Lon, despite being knocked out, actually played really well this entire season. He has improved a lot, and like his new personality has improved a lot, and fans love him, which means he's going to get more matches going into the first half of the season. The first half of the season is not going to be tournament based, right? It's going to be just league matches. So it's more, it caters more to what the fans love or what the fans hate, and that's what gets more screen time and gets more matches. So Paul and Lon would be my third pick, and of course because Paul and Lon made to the finals of the teams tournament, and like they are future champions, and they would definitely get like a number one contender match based on how Shimoda history has gone before too. So they have a good like starting point in the teams division as well. Even though we've heard teams is going to take a while, even then, like even in singles he's amazing. And he's literally the best player who's not won a belt now.
Fantastic. Totally agree.
Good point. I do have one more question before we bring on another guest we have hanging out in the background here. We will break down and talk about your match with Chance last night, of course. But one specific question that Chance mentioned in one of the after shows is that he enjoyed facing you in your geekdom. They kind of wanted to see what you could do against him in the singles division. Would you ever have any goal ambition to step into the singles division? Maybe
Chandra, you want to be in teams, though, right?
I want to be in Star Wars. I want to be in teams. So I've been like trying to like get into other divisions too. But then again, the immediate boss man, which is my manager, wants me to focus on single divisions. Like, of course, he has specialized players in all divisions. So I'm okay with like doing whatever, wherever Winston wants me to play. But like, I would not be, I would never say no to any of the divisions. So I've been playing along like the singles and teams matches too, especially in the second half of the season, because there were no more IG and Star Wars matches, and I still wanted to like keep sharp for my match coming up. So I do pretty well. So I've been underestimating my own ability when it comes to singles and teams. So I wouldn't be opposed to a fun match here and there, but Chance would have to, if he just wants to pad his records by playing players, by winning against people like Janine and MF5 and David El Rio, and like now he wants to play me to get another win because he can't win against Bibiani or Koyama or Liz or Ethan. He can do that. I mean, he needs a win after all in singles.
Okay.
I have no comment on this matter.
Marisol, we're gonna bring on our next guest, y'all.
I don't want to hear any more smack talk about my teammate, okay, or about my faction mate. That kid works his ass off, okay? How dare you?
He does.
Jake, we'll put that out for later.
This is gonna be a interesting combination.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm so excited. All I'm hearing is someone in the chat actually put it real quickly, that you're essentially singing for world schmodown domination, and I'm kind of here for that. I'm here for any competitor being like, you know what, I don't care if it's not my particular strength, I'm going to learn it and I want to do it, so let's go for it. So speaking of which, we're going to go ahead and invite our next competitor. Oh my gosh, guys, he's a rookie. He's a belt holder. He is a current singles belt champion, Mr. Adam Combs.
Hey guys, happy to be back to Call to Action.
Congratulations on a thrilling return.
Oh, thank you.
Especially since your last time you were here, where you were defeated by Marisol.
Yeah, when she wiped the floor with me in Schmobates. Yeah, I remember. Look, I own my losses. Okay, I own them.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Marisol, lovely to see you again, teammate.
Teammate.
Oh.
Yeah, our precious. Hold on to these last. Apparently, last precious few weeks that we could say that about each other.
Look, even if the Schmominati aren't fans of Deception, we can still be defiant. And Champ, good to see you.
Congrats.
Yeah, you too. Skill recognizes skill. I will say no comment about the previous comments. I'm going to
let that go for now. Okay, that's very, very magnanimous of you.
Adam, real quickly, because we had Marisol and Chandra kind of mentioned a little bit earlier, but I kind of want to know from you. Obviously, you are the current champion, so obviously, congratulations. You actually mentioned on the rundown episode last night after the match, specifically, you talked about how you love being part of corruption. You plan on continuing, obviously. However, you're part of the core trio and Marisol obviously isn't. But you mentioned in the interview, Marisol's my girl. She's one of the main reasons why I'm here today with the training and all that good stuff. But also you mentioned that at this time, you have no intentions of competing with anyone else as part of a team. Is that right? Are you still holding to the words?
First and foremost, I prefer not to play with anyone other than Marisol. And the thing is, she and I both, there are things that are out of our control. We have a lot of faith in Shannon to fight the good fight during the draft. We'll see how the dust settles. But speaking for myself, if I were to be paired up with anyone other than Marisol, I would personally just be very disappointed. Not because there aren't a number of talented people to play on a team with. That's not an issue in the Schmodown. But we've put in the time to develop this rapport. I'm confident that we could beat any team. We lost that match fair and square. I'm not here to make excuses for it, but I also am confident enough in our ability as a team to get another shot next season. So I'm going to play the long game, and I'm counting on Deception being a team, one way or another.
Okay, so you're counting on it. It is funny. I did mention this before you hopped on backstream, so you probably didn't hear this. I did ask Marisol now. So it is the day after. Free agency has started. We don't know what's going to happen. Have you at all pivoted to the fact that you might have to be against Marisol at some point in the future? And are you prepared to do that when that comes around?
Playing Marisol in singles would be an honor, and she's fully capable of beating me. So in my ideal scenario, Marisol gets her shot next season, goes all the way. And hopefully after I've defended that belt at least twice, maybe she's the one who takes it off. We'll see. Playing Marisol would not be an issue for me. But I would hope that that things work out in our favor in teams, but there's a lot that has to happen yet, so we'll see.
Mm-hmm. I'm throwing out some Schmodown fan fiction right here. Just putting a little Schmodown fan. So you don't know what Schmodown fan fiction is? It's where Marisol, she's familiar with this. Okay, it's where we create like a ridiculous but very fun little story premise, based off a match that's kind of recently happened or whatever. But I'm like making a little Schmodown fan fiction based off of this little moment. Okay, Chandra and Marisol going into teams together on the same faction.
What?
Somehow, some way, I'm just like spitballing here, but somehow Adam is going to create a storyline where he's like, no, I'm going to karate chop Bruce Lee this, and try to have a whole storyline trying to divide them. Oh, yeah, Twilight stuff.
This reminds me of like, what if the Power Rangers and the Ninja Turtles got in a big fight and then Superman just showed up and punched them all?
The Showdown fan fiction, the weirder the better. You got to keep it interesting, okay?
Yeah, first off, what a downgrade to go from like the singles champion as the team's partner to someone who's never played singles or teams ever before.
They never see it coming.
That's what makes it fan fiction, my dude. It's never gonna happen, but it's a fun time. Okay.
Look, if Marisol were paired with the IG champ here or anyone else, she would be a force to be reckoned with in teams. I hope we don't end up on opposite sides in that division. I'm going to fight tooth and nail to avoid that fate. But in that situation, she and I would do our jobs, I imagine.
We'd make it
happen.
Gotta do what you gotta do. Mm-hmm. Well, we are going to start breaking down some of the matches that we actually watched yesterday, maybe some of the cutscenes as well. I mean, get your guys' reactions on stuff you were involved with and some stuff you were not involved with.
Real quick, we did get a Streamlab just a little bit ago. Real quick, before we dive into the match itself, I just want to we just got a generous donation from Ferris. Thank you so much, my dude, who says hello.
Typical Ferris. I love the man. He does every single time. It's perfect. It is perfect. We just get one more in real quick. The K Wolf donated and says, just want to give a congratulations to the new singles champion of the world. Adam, you earned it. Also, congratulations to the defending champion, Chandra. Finally, congrats to Corruption on the faction championship. That being said, # Team Bateman for life.
Okay, he needs to get the heck out of here. He just converted over to Healdom, so I'm okay with that. Chandra, I do want to mention that you kind of broke Ferris's theory or hypothesis, where he pretty much has mentioned that it's impossible to successfully defend an IG belt. Because he's like, every time an IG champion has gone to defend the belt, they lose it. And you're the first one to really break that, theory. So well done. Being the first successfully defending IG champion.
It is impossible to maintain the same level of play after you've won the IG belt, especially especially the IG belt, right? Because singles and teams, your knowledge most of the time just stays in there. There's not much. What I'm trying to say is the difference between playing cold and playing after you've studied in singles and teams is not that high. That's why you don't see people just studying and all of a sudden playing perfect games, right? The knowledge would already have to be there. But in IG, the difference between Jason actually was the second.
Thank you for correcting.
Navarro was the first.
Hector Navarro was the first, actually.
Was the first, yeah.
But also,
but yeah.
I got to come after you for stealing his bit there.
Yeah, that gimmick infringement right there. But yeah, in IG, the difference between playing cold and playing after you've studied is so stark that the motivation to put all of that effort in once you have the belt goes slightly down. So that's why even in my game, I'm not extremely proud of my game yesterday. I did enough to win, but I keep setting high bars for myself, and luckily that was enough to win. But that's probably one of the reasons I defended. I'm still not satisfied with my win yesterday, if that makes sense. But yeah,
it's so hard, but you succeeded. Absolutely thrilled us, so thank you so much. my gosh. I'm so excited. Do you just kind of want to dive into the matches real quickly? Before we do that, we want to bring on our next few people if they're ready.
Would you be ready? Okay. First, let's bring on our own. Since we're breaking down the matches, Megs, Frankie Numbers Part 2, the better version of this stat. Let me tell you, I'll say that to his face. That's okay. I call him a slug before I'm coming up next. He knows what he's getting into. Megs is the next generation. She has talked our stats, and she creates great graphics. Really breaks down the matches, and we use her graphics all the time, and she really knows how to break it down. So, Megs, glad to see you here.
Yes, glad I got to make it, and it looks like we got a great group of people here. So excited to start breaking things down.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we have one more guest, Alex. I'll let you introduce.
Okay. Guys, I just want to straight up say, first of all, you're welcome. Because we have done something pretty dang awesome. And, we're bringing on someone who not only am I ecstatic to bring on screen, but, they're absolutely wonderful and beautiful and crazy smart. And just overall, just a pretty awesome person. It is the Brown Dwarf Star herself.
Hello. How is everyone?
How's it going?
Hey.
Good. Hey.
Hey, Collins, we were just hanging out, sort of.
Well, I just missed you. But yeah.
It is an after-show extravaganza. Of course, everybody's going to be having people on guest speaking for after such a big event yesterday. Yeah. And it's interesting to have, actually, this is a very interesting twosome we have on the screen right now. Chandra, the Interleague champion, and Mara, the first challenger for the new year. Wow. First off, Mara, welcome back. Welcome back to Active Play. We've missed you. And what are your thoughts about facing the man that's above you right now?
I mean, I'm incredibly excited because the best thing that either one of us could possibly do is give you, the fans, the best match that we possibly can. So I know he's going to hold up his end of that bargain, no question. So, it is kind of cool, rocket scientist, nuclear scientist, and a matchup of the brainiacs. That's amazing.
Yeah. Almost like you guys like, stuff that deals with science and fantasy world a lot or something. I don't know. It's crazy how that really matches together, you scientists. It's almost like you're super duper smart or something crazy.
Nora, have you obviously knew you were coming back before any of us did, obviously. So this was in your mind. You did come forth. You're going to challenge Chandra. Have you been watching Chandra's matches, studying him, trying to find the holes? Have you found a weak point, exhaust port that you can exploit in his depth?
Well, hypothetically, it wouldn't really behoove me to point out if I had, because it was given the opportunity to shore up that exhaust port. So I will respectfully decline to answer that question.
I had that.
Oh, hello.
That's fair.
Yeah, he's trying
to. Yeah, Sir Pounce, if I
say hi. Betty, say hi.
Cutie. What a cutie.
Oh, he's going to rub his face on the microphone.
Please
Sorry.
turn to the mic.
Come on. Of course.
Cutie.
Well, before we go breaking into this event, I want to ask for overall thoughts. I mean, some of you were involved in some of it, but overall, the whole event. Adam, I'll start with you real quick. What were your overall thoughts of events outside of your obvious? We know what your best part of the night was. What was some of your other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I was just I was thrilled with the way it came together. As a fan of the show first, I've watched every single spectacular. I've done the pizza and wings thing every time, and just enjoyed the whole event. And this event was no exception. I sat back all day and watched every single match. Star Wars match was exciting. I think Ace should still hold his head high. Alex is obviously very dominant, but what Ace did in the tournament alone deserves a lot of recognition. And I can only imagine how dangerous he's going to be in that division next season. Chris and Brittany was a lot of fun. I know Skybound and Nerd Chronic are developing brain tumors from all the stress. Swearing, but I love the bleeping with Chris Jericho. So
it wasn't exactly what
what he says, really.
Were we that surprised, though?
If Christian was ecstatic that happened because it was gold. It was pure gold. Let's be honest. But at the same time, like we're not supposed to do that.
Well, like he's not gonna like reprimand him.
Yeah, it's different for Jericho. I mean, like he blesses with his presence.
Jericho makes you feel like he could literally punch you through a webcam. Like,
and he would
yeah.
legit.
Yeah.
Very intimidating, for sure.
We did get another super chat just a few minutes ago from Mr. William Harold. Thank you so much, my dude. Hello there. Congratulations to Chandra and Adam. Great matches and well-earned victories. Can't wait for Mara and Chandra and to find out where Marisol ends up. A lot there. So thank you for that generation.
Now, we are going to start going into the actual match-by-match breakdowns as we do, getting these guys' input as well. But I do have one last question to ask Mara before we get into that. We did talk about spectacular ends, the free agency and draft, and everything starts the next day. Have you gotten any calls? Have you talked to your manager about potentially what is going to happen for you next year, a place where you might land?
Well, I mean, the one great thing is that most of the managers are my close friends. So I talk to them all the time. And, of course, we end up eventually talking about Schmodown in some way. But I would say that just like what I tweeted yesterday, anything can happen. I can't speak for Coy. Even if he and I have a plan, I can't speak for anyone else because until you say that name and you mark it down as your 3 or you say that name at the draft, anything can happen. So I don't have my eggs in like all one basket because the great news is if I ended up somewhere else, if I had to, I would be hanging out with my friends anyway.
True.
Fair enough.
Family.
I know my positivity is incredibly boring.
We understand that you have to play these close to the edge.
Be more of an asset. Come on.
Come on, kick someone in the face. I'm not going to play with that guy. That's not going to happen.
Right. We are going to be going into the match itself, but Megs, since we're going to be starting with the Star Wars match, could you show us some stats?
Yes. Do we have them over here for me to pull up, or do you want me to share my screen?
They are in the.
Look at you guys are on it. It's like it's like we've done this before.
Maybe.
Well, look at all this beautifulness here. All right, so this is a 5-rounder, so there's a bit to go through, but we will get through this as quickly and painlessly as possible. When we came out of round 1, Damon was up 11-8 on Ace. He was able to get the perfect round plus the bonus. When we went into the second round, Damon does defer to have Ace spin first, and Ace decides to spin away from the Empire Strikes Back, and he ends up on Solo. Solo plays actually a really big part in this match. Ace does do very well. He checks down to multiple choice once, but otherwise takes everything for 2 points. Damon comes in to do his spin. He spins away from the Clone Wars, ends up with Rogue One, and sweeps the category for the full 10 points available. Then we get into where things get interesting with the betting round. It's Damon's spin, though it is the digital wheel, so it's a little bit different. He lands on Solo for the spin. They both bet 3. Unfortunately, Ace does not get the answer correct. So then Damon does get it correct and ends up going up 3, and Ace goes down 3, which takes us to a very interesting situation with Damon being at 24 and Ace being down to 14. We got into the speed round. Not surprising. They go 9 correct, but they both missed the last question, which takes their total down to 8 completely. So it's as if the speed round never happened, just adds to more points. We get to the championship round. Ace is down by 10. He barely squeaks out not getting the KO there, but unfortunately he does miss his 3-pointer again in Solo, which gives Alex the win via TKO.
96% accuracy for Alex.
Yes, I'll say I will drag with it. Yes, thank you. Alex hits 26 out of 27 questions, giving him a 96.3% accuracy and 94% of 34 available points. Cabrera, not to be overlooked, 23 out of 28 questions for 82% accuracy and 62 roundup percent of 39 available points.
Wow. So Alex Damon shows his dominance again. The story was Ace making a way through the tournament, and definitely Adam had said before, he got to hold his head up because he had quite a hell of a year. But he hits that wall. He hits the wall that is Alex Damon.
I did have a slight theory on that, not necessarily based in numbers per se, but because Ace had that strong run in the tournament back to back all that time, Alex is used to waiting months between matches. And plus with him being in the space every day, I feel like that was it played a little bit to Alex's advantage where he wasn't going to be as taken aback by having that big old long break to prepare. But that's my personal thoughts on that.
Well, maybe our panel can speak to that. What do you think about as far as long breaks between matches, the ring rust, so to speak, the layoff? Does that ring true to you guys at all? Adam, maybe?
I mean, honestly, Star Wars, every division, well, especially Star Wars and Inner Geekdom are you have to approach it completely different than you would singles or teams. And Star Wars, I do think requires it requires constant immersion in those movies. And that's not, I know, I'm confident that Ace was studying, as much as he could, but the fact that Alex does it for a living, it's hard to compete with. And it's just the only way to beat Alex at this point is to go perfect and get him to sudden death, or hope he doesn't know a 5-pointer. And I do think Ace has that within him. And I'd love to see a comeback story next season. But we're also rooting for our girl Laura, and we know that she's capable of beating Alex as well. I do think that it can be a factor, especially in Star Wars, but I can't speak for how Ace prepared or didn't prepare.
I do want to go over to Mara real quickly. I know you are like a self-proclaimed more of a Star Trek girl, but both you and Chandra, obviously being an Inner Geekdom, you guys both have to be more than adequate in Star Wars. Starting with Mara, then Chandra again. It's like, Mara, do you watch matches like these in preparation? Do you ever have like Star Wars matches to like prep with, essentially, in order to kind of get prepared for like matches like this? Does this like kind of freak you out a little bit, excite you, or?
I love to play along with Star Wars League. And, when I first started playing along with Star Wars League, they were still a little bit easier questions, but I was happy with the fact that I did reasonably well for someone that wasn't sitting there and scrutinizing how many planets are in the background of that. And how many Star Wars toys of this kind and stuff like that I hadn't dedicated any time specifically to look at because it's not within the space of Inner Geekdom. But this tournament specifically, I had such a wonderful time playing along, and man, I think this is the best Star Wars tournament that we've ever seen. And I hope that they can only outdo themselves next year. But yeah, I love to use it as a bit of a way to keep fresh. It never hurts to play along, I think.
It's hard not to, but especially when you love the division so much of Star Wars. Oh, it's so wonderful. And Chandra, I know you, like you said earlier, you would love to see yourself, compete in Star Wars division one day, and whoever your manager will be come next season, hopefully will agree with you, obviously. But I mean, what do you think of this match as a competitor that wants to kind of break in?
I mean, I think it's not so much not so much ring rust, but like the break kind of hurt Ace a little bit, because both in Star Wars and IG, like when you stop studying, there's definitely like some stuff you forget over the course of time, right? Like, and you don't want to be studying for like what was it, 6 months or 4 months since his tournament win. And you want to take a break, of course, and like I know some stuff, knowing some stuff from behind the scenes as well. He was preparing for a schedule that was anticipating a live event around yesterday, and he didn't know that it was going to be pre-taped, and the information like hit us totally in the last minute, and he was still like as prepared as prepared as possible to go into that match. But who you're going against is someone who does talk about Star Wars for a living. Almost every competitor in the Star Wars tournament at one point or the other would have watched Damon's YouTube videos to study for the Star Wars tournament. And and when you have to be like near perfect, beat him, but it is still possible. Like Ace has shown his ability to like play perfect games. He played one against Laura as well. There's this top 5 of Damon, Demalanta, Kelly, Damon again, and Ace, and also Scrimshaw's there. Scrimshaw's up there. Anyone can beat anyone any given Sunday, but then Damon just has that extra sort of like clutch gene where he doesn't even need to get pushed to the 5-pointer. But once he gets pushed to the 5-pointer, I still feel like it's any given Sunday. And it's also like the 6-point swing at the end in the betting round sort of like threw everything for a loop, and that's why his PPE is so low. PPE is only close to 60%, even though his accuracy is like over 80%, which is amazing for a title match, right? Like we saw how difficult those round 1 questions were, and despite that, without getting too much into the challenge of it and the question wording and all that too, I think I'm really proud of Ace's game the entire season. My vote would still be for Ace for Star Wars Player of the Year over Damon. That's just me, but I'm also like a lot biased.
I do actually have something to say about that as well. But one quick question I did want to throw out there. Ben Bateman made this, I would call it, ridiculous claim that he could challenge the championship, the Star Wars championship, with 60 days of study.
Oh, you mean the claim he makes every week?
Yes. Now listen, I know Bateman, I work with Bateman, and I have his Star Wars now. I know his Star Wars knowledge probably better than most. I think he needs at least 360 days at the limit, to be honest with you. But, and this is me, like I try to bust his balls about it all the time. He's ridiculous about it. I actually got him to back off a little bit on Action Guys earlier, so maybe
I think there's also probably I did see on backstage, I think there might have been a humbling moment too, where he and Damon kind of swapped. They kind of turned the tables with each other, and he kind of asked Damon on the spot a bunch of singles questions, which Damon actually navigated pretty well, and then he turned the tables on him, and the results weren't as pretty.
Yes, questions. So, with you guys having one interest in Star Wars, I know some of you, like I've heard people mentioning maybe stepping in at some point. How long do you think you guys would have to study for Star Wars to really compete? And would you have to like study exclusively Star Wars, do you think? All 4 of you. Ad, we'll start with you.
Me?
Yeah, we'll start with you.
So I have to be, I have to pick my words carefully because I'm not making any declarations here. But
okay.
And it's no secret that I like the franchise. I do happen to just be wearing the shirt. I did say on certain point of views because I finally met Alex digitally and I wanted to dress for the occasion. But honestly, for me, I did compete in a Star Wars match in the fan leagues, and that was really just a matter of revisiting the films and doing what my version of a deep dive is. And I won't get into details on that, but I'll at least disclose that I watched the movies for that match, all of them, and I got really, really hyper-focused. And I'm not ready to throw my hat in the ring in the Schmodown for that quite yet. But it would be exciting to get there one day. But for me, I would need. I have a pretty good base knowledge of the franchise. I would need at least a month or two to really get prepared. But that's the only reason it'd be a little bit shorter for me is because I have done one of these matches at least in an unofficial capacity, and I love the franchise, admittedly. So we'll see what happens one day.
So what I'm hearing is that 30 days, he wants to compete in 30 days.
No, I got a belt to defend. No, I'm not getting into
30 days. 30 days, that's all he's got.
Mara, what about you, Eddie? Being a Star Trek person initially, would you ever dream of it? And how long would it take you?
I mean, nothing is ever impossible. But I would say that I think the pivot is easier from IG to Star Wars than other leagues. Not to say that anyone is incapable of it, but you're lucky because you're already pretty deeply invested in the minutia of Star Wars rather than just kind of overall big picture, which fortunately, singles and teams, their knowledge has to be a mile wide but an inch deep, and Inner Geekdom is an inch wide and a mile deep, and Star Wars is like
A millimeter wide.
a millimeter wide and 25 miles deep. Obviously, it would take work, but I think it's achievable. I think most decent Inner Geekdom players, I could easily see them holding their own for a little while in a Star Wars tournament if they had the time. I mean, I love Star Wars. Just because I love Star Trek a little more doesn't mean I don't love Star Wars. So, I mean, it's a great excuse to watch a bunch of Star Wars movies over and over again. Like, what's wrong with that?
It is a surprise. You can love both. It's not against the law, even though some people would tell you that. But
Yeah.
As long as we get some space wizards, that's all. That's all. No matter what world it is, I just want some space wizards. Marisol, how long do you think it would take you?
There's not enough time in the universe. Let's just be real. Let's cut through the BS. Just the way that the division is now. Let's just remove me from the conversation. No. I thoroughly. I enjoy the Star Wars movies. I own a few. I've seen them multiple times. I watched them as a child growing up. They're part of as somebody who absorbs, like Mara was saying, all the movies. They're firmly in there as a part of that, a part of my history, a part of my relationship with movies. They're absolutely in there. The base knowledge is in there. I've never, ever thought about diving into them competitively, or getting really, really absolute about diving into this world and the details of this world. I've never tried it, so it would definitely be a first. So again, in order to compete, for an exhibition match for shits and giggles, yeah, sure. But yeah, on a competitive level, based on what the division is demanding at this point, I would be the Pee Wee division. So yeah.
Don't say
We did have someone in the chat that I think kind of put it best, which is, I think 60 to 90 days to compete, but it takes 40 years.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, I feel like a lot of us would probably be in that
that name.
Dynamic pimp. It's on brand, and I'm digging that Tenacious D pick. So kudos. Oh, we also did get a super chat from Ben Rayner. Love you, my dude. Hi,
Hey, Ben.
Everyone. Congrats to the champions, and can't wait for next season. It was a blast to watch.
certainly was.
Mhm.
I think last thing we'll talk about with the Star Wars match real quick. We'll try to break down the rest of the matches. The challenge was probably the biggest interesting part for me, especially because it was involving the betting round, which basically turned around the match or solidified the match really, because Damon got 3 points and Ace lost 3 points, and it was all about the wording there. I think it was a good challenge because at this point, because it was so pivotal, it was the time you had to throw out that kind of, even though some people said it's a I actually saw people in the chat say it was a good challenge and that it should have been, the question should have been tossed out. I don't agree. I think that the right decision was made. But I do agree with the challenge itself, because there's a time where you have to stop that momentum at this point, because that was kind of a death knell, I think, almost in a way. What are anybody else's thoughts on the challenge and how it went down? And would you challenge that, or what do you think? Anybody else?
It felt like to me, it felt like a real football moment, with that fourth quarter Super Bowl moment where you see the writing on the wall, but your team makes that one call, or there is a review of the play, something like you're just holding out hope that something's going to change, and obviously. Corruption as a faction wasn't disappointed to win at the end of that match, and that was a silver lining. But as a fan, you're pulling for Ace to get to the end of that match. So it felt like a gut punch that moment. But I also felt like the challenge was warranted, since it was a semantics question. But unfortunately, it is there in print in the movie when you go back and roll the tape. So that's what it came down to. But I think the challenge was warranted.
Fair enough. Anybody else have any thoughts on that? Marisol, maybe?
Yeah, I feel like that was on the better half of the challenges, like it's a worthy challenge as challenges go, and often I think of like how could it be avoided, right? Like if the question was worded 3 resources instead of 3 things, the challenge could have been avoided. Like he would know resources, not one of the three things that three things that they were fighting for, and that, because end of the day, this is still trivia, right? Like it should be trivial. You should be leading the players to questions like as easy as possible. If they know it, they shouldn't be tripped up by anything. At the end of the day, there's still tricky questions, but not too many of them. But so that's where like I feel like that could have been avoided. But this is one of the cases where they were fighting for all 4 of those things when you're just calling them things. And in the past, when I think even with Laura's challenge in the semifinals of the tournament, whom did they walk out of this planet with? She said Rota the Hutt or R2D2 and Rota the Hutt both were correct answers because they were with both of them, and that's the other challenge I think about. And they were fighting for resources. It's not untrue. So I'm still on the side of that challenge, but I could see it going both ways.
That's the complication of like how detailed that division gets. That's when we're opening up the vulnerability of these questions and what lengths we have to go to create the questions. I don't think that we see that happen as much in the broader like singles and teams divisions, even though they still find ways to make it happen. That's a whole nother topic. But yeah, like it can be very, very hotly debated and go either way because the questions do get, once you're getting on this level of detail in the Star Wars division, the questions do get very gray,
Absolutely. We stand PJ Campbell here. I know that much. We love PJ
Absolutely.
Campbell and crew. He did a phenomenal job. Spectacular once again. There's a lot of great questions. I found myself going, wow, that was a great question. Just tricky enough to be like fun, but like solid questions throughout there. Like I love I'll talk about specifically this match, the one that they both missed in the speed round, the question of how many times has Han Solo been in the franchise. And it's quite obvious. Jump to how many times was Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
Like how much has he been in it? What's credited? What's technically considered a flashback? Like what is he, like any new stuff? If it's like a recapping, does it count? Or and new? There's a lot.
Yeah. Harrison Ford was in at 5, and that's obvious. That seems to be that's exactly where their minds went. So I think that was a great ending. Megs, you want to move on to the next match?
Sure. Which one we want to do?
You go with Streamlab real quick. I'll throw in there. I might as well go in order by the way. Megs. We'll do Jericho and Young next.
Sure.
Jake Acavetta, my boy Jake. Looking at the screen, I just can't stop thinking about Chandra and Mara versus Adam and Marisol in a half singles, half IG questions match.
Oh my!
This is unfair.
Incredible.
I've heard great things about both of them.
I'd be open to that.
I'm not going to say no to a match. I don't care where it is. That Kiwi division in Star Wars, I'll do it.
So maybe we'll
Mara,
talk.
I know you guys are like very IG exclusives as of now, but do you think you can take these guys on? And singles slash. You guys on in anything IG related, so.
I mean, I know what I'm good at, and I am not good at that. I always know the really difficult, obscure question, the one that Dan won't know the answer to. That's the question I'll know. I'll be the one person in studio that knows the dumb question. But like, for example, I've never seen The Godfather, like the Godfather trilogy. I've seen 2 Scorsese movies. I'm not built for singles. And every movie that came out when I was on deployment.
Very justified.
All right, thank you, Jake. Let's move on to the next match then.
Absolutely. So we had Le Champion Chris Jericho against Brittany Cherrybaum Young. Love this match, just the energy and the fun that we had here. They actually, round 1, they both came out with 6 points. We pivot over to round 2. Jericho ends up spinning first. He spins away from famous actors and actresses, ends up on dramas. misses a multiple choice on the first one. Young picks up the steal. She actually picks up another 2-point steal there as well. And he also gets a 2-pointer and a multiple choice question correct. So they both end up with 3 points coming out of that round each. Young spins away from Tarantino on hers and ends up on Spinner's Choice, where she takes Disney, which kind of doesn't really go the way she expects, where she unfortunately misses 2 on multiple choice. Jericho is able to steal one of those, but is unable to pick up on the second one. So coming out of round 2 total for them, they are at 10 and 11, Young favoring. They go into round 3, which bounces back and forth, where they both get their 2 and their 3, just bouncing the lead back and forth. And unfortunately, Jericho hits a 5-pointer in Disaster Films that he is unable to pull, which does give Brittany Young the lead and the win. Both of their polls in Jericho's 3-point poll in horror and Brittany Young's movie quotes poll for her 3-pointer, I think were highlights of just what they have in their bag as far as knowledge. As far as accuracy goes, Jericho went 65%, hitting 11 out of 17 questions, and 51% of 29 points, 52 technically, yes. Young has 75% answering 12 out of 16 questions, and 64% of potential points, that being a total of 25.
Well, this was quite. This is the kind of match that we want to have for Spectacular. I mean, the league is moving. It's just more sports league, as Christian keeps saying. But at the heart of it, there's this definite entertainment / wrestling value to it as well. That, to my thoughts, I think is actually the key selling point of the league. That finding that balance, and this is the kind of match where you're not looking for perfect games. You're not looking for championship level. Marisol versus Collins, what we had last night, but it's still entertaining in a very different way. Seeing Chris Jericho on our screens, talking to Christian, talking to Brittany Young, getting John Kaiser, who is a huge wrestling fan, loving like Bobby Heenan, also, getting him to be able to interact with Chris Jericho. I mean, it's just gold entertainment. And this time it's not about the trivia, it's about the fun they had. And I had a lot of fun watching this match. Anybody have any thoughts what they were as far as that? Because you're guys big wrestling fans at all. Do you know Chris Jericho before this? What were your thoughts into this match?
I mean, not from full disclosure, like I didn't watch wrestling growing up as a kid. So I didn't come in it from it with that perspective, like coming into it, but I still understand and appreciate that energy. And I know enough about it and what that world is supposed to encompass, and what somebody like of Jericho's fame, like what he represents and why it's so exciting to have him and important to have him here. You know, I still understand that. And I already think this match needs to get a little more mention. Like, this was genuinely one of my favorite. This is genuinely one of my favorite matches of the night. And I think I would even go so far to say as just sheer tit for tat on a competitive level. I think it was the most tightly competitive match, honestly. Like if you really break down like the scores, I think it was, in terms of having a literal back and forth swing in each round at each point. I think in that regard, it was the tightest match. You know, I'm not saying it was my absolute favorite of the night, but like that was one of the most exciting parts about it for me, was to see these two personalities, these two larger than life personalities, bringing that element to the Schmodown, which is something that we all love. And then on top of it, their skills were incredibly well matched. So like there was genuine tension there, like in the match, like competitive tension. We're like, oh my gosh, Brittany's getting stuff right. Oh my God, now Jericho got one right. Oh, but Brittany missed that one. Now Jericho, like, you know, and then in round 2, it's like, oh snap, Jericho got a steal. Oh my God, then Brittany got a steal from him. Like, they were just batting it. It was excellent. They were batting it back and forth the entire match. And then round 3, oh my God, like I was not expecting that. I was expecting to be entertained. I was expecting, the personalities, and I'm expecting to be entertained. And I got floored. I was floored by how much I was like, oh my God, like what's actually about to happen? Like in terms of score, I have no idea who's going to win this match. Like it was thrilling on a trivia level, like watching two competitors.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have the best of both worlds with that match. That's where I stand.
I think that. Mary, what did you think about that one?
One moment, I'm conversing with Dan Merle off camera.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Hi, Dan.
I would hand him and say hi.
My obsessions come in like
Oh boy.
Hi.
Hey.
I've got something for you, Collins.
Thank you,
Literally,
dude.
The
it's
belt
heavy.
for you,
It's gonna
yes.
FedEx. It's gonna love us.
It's the right.
We'll
Get
work
it.
on that.
Bye, Dan.
But no, I would have to agree with everything that Marisol said. I think that some people could have expected it to be kind of lackluster because you don't always expect someone, especially someone that's like in the wrestling space, to have a significant amount of movie knowledge, a deep cut here and there where you're like, oh, okay, you're more than just a pretty face of celebrity status. So I think that anybody that wasn't expecting anything, I hope that they were really surprised.
Yeah. Definitely love that. Chandra, what do you think?
So for like 2 years growing up, I was so obsessed with wrestling, and like I wouldn't even understand what they're talking about. I just would know like the beeps meant they're like swearing and things like that. And me and my friends around the neighborhood, like we would even like fake wrestle each other. Like we had this like old mattress on the outside of the outside of one of the apartments, and we would just like fake tackle people up on top of that mattress and all that too. So for me, like it still feels surreal that I was on the same card as Jericho. And, I think it didn't hit me until yesterday, and I just took a step back and like sort of had this like out of body experience of all of these people like Kevin Smith, people like Chris Jericho, people like Dan Merle, are all like I'm in the same card as all of these like stars who are like really great at what they do. And Jericho brought all of that wrestling energy to this match as well, and like Brittany Young too. And this was like a great breather match while still being competitive. If that makes sense. This was a fun match to watch, especially after like Star Wars was like so intense. There was even an inch of even like one question wrong could mean the whole game. And in this one, they were clearly having fun, but still there was like so much back and forth with like steals and Jericho and Kaiser's back and forth was some of my favorite parts as well, because like him and Brittany were just vibing. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they become best friends after like they finish taping that match. And yeah, to watch all of that, it's you need like these breather matches as well during Spectacular. I think this match I would say is one of the reasons none of us felt fatigued watching Spectacular for like 9 hours on like this and Kevin Smith Sheridan match as well.
It's awesome. We're going to actually talk about that match next. I know Mara does have to leave us, so thank you for coming. But I do have one more question I want to ask her, since you won't be around for later. Obviously, you just brought Dan in. I mean, well, Dan brought himself in real quick.
No, I brought Dan in. That's fine. We can.
Dan, you brought perfectly enough. I mean, obviously, he had his big moment at the end. I'm kind of curious when when Gucci came back and said those things. I mean, as a partner, Dan, how did that make you feel, and what are your thought process about where this whole Dan Gucci thing went, and what are your thoughts on that?
Mara and Dan on a faction together.
Hey, I'll say it again. Anything can happen. You never know what's going to throw down. I've seen impossible things happen, so I don't know what's going to happen. None of us do until the moment that the name is written in stone as a secured 3 people, or until it's set at the draft. So I could think I know what's going on, and I don't know what's going on. But to answer your question, I would say I could take Gucci. we're of comparable size, and I have strange child strength. So I would say that I could take him. I could take him in a fight. Plus, I'm not afraid to do anything to win in a physical fight. So I don't think he'd win. I would win.
You did say when you were on chill, you did mention your freakish hand strength. So I do think that would be a good match, and you should wipe him out. I think that'd be good.
Christian would just die if Gucci and I could get in a ring and box each other at a match.
Mara, have you ever seen the 4th Rambo film by chance?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember the part where Stallone just like rips out a guy's jugular with his bare hands? Yes! Okay, all right. So you could do that.
That's what we're thinking.
I told you before, I used to cheat at arm wrestling when I was in the Navy because I'm not strong. I have little tiny baby arms, but I have really good grip strength. So I would just squeeze their hands as hard as I could. And then over half the time it would get them to cave. So
whatever it takes, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Do you have anything you want to plug before you get going?
I just wanted to show you. I actually made Baby Yoda macaroons.
Oh my gosh! Oh, those are adorable.
They're really good.
Oh my gosh, are they tasty? Are they good?
Oh, they're so good.
The fact that you can get your macaronage done really well is amazing. So, yeah, that's a full shell. Sometimes they collapse on the inside. That is excellent.
Schmodown Baking Network is coming soon. I think. Anywhere you want to plug anything for the folks who find you, Mara?
I'm on the Twitter at that Mara. I'm still learning Instagram one of these days, but I do make some frequent appearances over on Dan's Patreon. We do a lot of watch-alongs. We do commentary tracks, AMA, study sessions for like Dan getting ready for his match against Adam. We had one. So you can always find me there. And also, I think you might find Dan there, maybe. Patreon.com/Dan Burrell. And it would be great if anyone would like to check out his podcast, All My Movies, on the Schmodown Entertainment Network every single Wednesday. I can successfully tease that his episode this week is going to be Home Alone and Home Alone 2, which, fun fact, I don't like Home Alone. I watched it for the first time last year.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
There's a problem with Home Alone if you didn't watch it growing up. Like it's really...
Wow.
So
well,
thank you all so much. I had such a great time.
Thank you. Well, I will say real quick, I'm still waiting for that why I love the Rock video from Dan still. So
we're working on it.
Okay, good. Perfect. Okay. Happy holidays and take care.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, Mara.
Bye, Mar.
Bye.
All right, guys. We're gonna move on to our next match. I think we'll pivot since we were just talking about the Chris Jericho match and how that was a celebrity type match and how that influenced. Why don't we go ahead and, even though it's not next on the list, we'll go ahead and talk about the other celebrity match we had. And I'm talking, of course, about the Flirt and Flouse. He was facing some guy named Kevin Smith, but that was kind of.
Yeah, well,
so honored that we were graced with the presence that is the Flirt and Flouse. I mean, Kevin Smith, he must feel so honored. I mean, like it's magic.
Yes. So what did happen? So looks like Kevin Smith actually ended up with a perfect round plus the bonus in round one. The Flouse able to come out with his own 6 points. Kevin Smith decides to spin first. He takes SNL films on his first spin, goes 3 out of the 4 for the full 2 points, checks down the multiple choice on that one question, giving him 7 points total. As the Flouse comes in and spins away from Matt and Ben and ends up with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He checks down the multiple choice on all his questions. He misses 2, which Kevin Smith does pick up for 2 point steals there, bringing them to 18-19 in favor of Kevin Smith, which takes us into round 3, where unfortunately the Flouse is unable to answer his movie release days question, which gives Kevin Smith his second win via TKO with an accuracy of 100%, answering 15 out of his 15 questions and 95% answering of his 19 available points. The Flouse is able to come away with a 62% accuracy, 8 out of 13 questions, and answering 47% of 19 available points.
Wow. I mean, says it all. I mean, first of all, I do want to shout out Yodi for Chronic, Nerd Chronic, with great promos as always. I'm going to point it out now, this one, because the Action Have Call to Action was involved, and there's a Flirt and Faust. We got Danny and Kelsey dancing playing the Flirt and Faust, so we really appreciated that for that shout out there, Eric. But this is what's great about this is what you're talking about before about Chris Jericho. You're being surprised that Jericho did so well and Britt did so well. Now, Kevin Smith is a director, so obviously he's in the field, but he had a perfect game no matter what you want to say. 100% accuracy. You can't go wrong with that. And he also showed to me, again, I know initially when he faced Jericho, I questioned whether he might have issue with recall. He tends to take a lot of time to say things, whether he could do everything in the 15 seconds. He proved it against Jericho, and he proved it again against Brett. He had a great match. And it was an entertaining match as well. Of course,
absolutely.
I think the first thing we should talk about before we go to anything else is the Flirt and Floss's promo, or when Brett comes on. And if you know wrestling, we recognize that the trope, it was basically what it was Mick Foley walking down to the ring, talking to Triple H, declaring that he couldn't possibly live up to face Triple H in a match in the month or whatever they had from there. But he had a replacement. It was Cactus Jack, and he kind of undid he took his mask off, his shirt, and the whole crowd went nuts. It was basically that was an homage to that, but in the stupidest way possible. But I mean that in the stupidest way possible, because it's so crazy and so fun.
Right.
I mean, I've talked a lot about it already. What are you guys' thoughts on it? Adam, did you like this match? What was your thoughts on it?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Can you hear me?
Right now.
Yes.
Back.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So first of all, I want to give all props to Megs for doing that recap of the match and being like, and then the Flouse did this, and then the Flouse did that. Yeah, it was a very good performance by the Flouse. No, this is exactly what we needed. There's no way you can just do IG and singles back to back, especially since IG and teams was back to back. Yeah. So this provided a lot of levity. Kevin was so game, which was awesome. The Flirt and Flouse is a very, very specific, like esoteric thing, even within the Schmodown community. So obviously, while he's very popular with the extreme fan base, it made it even better that Kevin brought it and really sold Flouse along with Brett. But I think Kevin showed that he is here for more than novelty value. Not that I ever thought that was the case with Kevin, but it's he's a busy man. Like, how much can he actually play in the Schmodown? And it seems like he genuinely is invested in this at this point. So I want to see him play someone else next season. And if I'm speaking freely, am I allowed to speak freely?
Absolutely.
I would love personally to see Kevin Smith versus Marisol McKee. But that's
I like that.
I don't know about Marisol McKee, but Lady Justice would certainly like to play.
Yes.
Only if Kevin showed up as Blunt Man. Okay, then we'll really have a match.
I like that idea.
I will say one quick stat distinction I wanted to throw out there. The one thing is now we can say Brett Sheridan is still undefeated in this league. He's 1-0. The Flirt and Faust is 0-1.
Good for Brett.
Chandra, did you enjoy this match? What were your thoughts on it?
I love this match, especially because I also watch SEN live, and this was one of my favorite moments of SEN Live from this season. It just was the joke that kept on going and somehow gets funnier every time the Flouse was brought up. It's just so to have that sort of niche character that that not every Schmodown audience knows, and to bring that to that was amazing. And it was also fun to see Brett sort of stay in character the entire time, even though he was losing. He was getting his butt kicked pretty hard then that's like ridiculously tough to do. Like, not a lot of people like stay in character the entire time while they're being, they're while they're witnessing a perfect game. And also, I think from Kevin's side, he should probably like play baked from now on.
I mean,
It's better when
was that not a display of like superhuman powers right there? Yeah, you might be onto something.
I don't know. I couldn't perform like that when I was big. That's what I'm saying.
No,
But
I've never been one of those people. I've always marveled at people who can function at all when they're stoned, because I turn into, in the Secret World of Alex Mack, where she turns into the puddle. I'm the puddle. So
Yeah, I think somebody gets that reference, Marisol.
Oh yeah, somebody might.
I'm always for that show. Just putting that out there. Okay.
But yeah, I think this was the first perfect accurate game in the spectacular, right? Like, in singles.
It was the only perfect accurate game.
The only
For this spectacular, I'd have to double check if there was another one previously, but yes, for this one, yes.
This one, yes, and I think even before the past 4 spectaculars, like singles or teams, there has
for singles and teams, I would definitely agree on that without totally checking.
Eamon did it in Star Wars last year, I want to say, but that's
and
Star
Megs
Wars.
did in IG, and also I think the only perfect accurate game while being stoned that I can.
It's got like more and more in depth. It's kind of like baseball and football. Meg, we're gonna have those different categories. The best.
I will start a Excel spreadsheet just for you.
I think that's my favorite part of the entire match, as much as I loved Kevin and Flirt and Flouse and everything, was honestly just that scarf. That's the flirt. It was just like,
and the hands
just made me bend over laughing. I was just like, I was like, it was just more than the music and everything. Just I was just like, I was already like laughing and having a good time. But the moment he flipped the scarf, I was like, oh gosh.
I think for me it was in terms of appearance, it was especially when it got like tense there and intense with Grace and Kate at the end there, and then I was like, oh my, and then I look up at Brett and he's just got those tiny little sunglasses on. and I lost, like, the drama just got evaporated from that moment. I was like, oh god, and I just lost it.
The hands.
I didn't know. I was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen.
Well, it will certainly be interesting to see how that rolls next year with Kevin Smith and the draft and how that comes about. I do think he's here to play, and I think he wants to play. And again, like Adam says, I would love to see him face somebody a little more up the ladder, so to speak. Let's see if he can eventually challenge Adam Collins for a championship. I mean, he has to earn his way there, but let's start that journey. You know what I'm saying?
I would hate to be in a room with Kevin Smith. It would be torture.
I'm sure maybe you can also, maybe a Marisol, maybe even a Rachel Silvestrini. We always try to throw that out there because we know how big of a fan Rachel Silvestrini is.
She would lose it.
I actually want to see a Kevin Smith versus Rachel Silvestrini in the Kevin Smith Iron Man match is what I want to see.
Match, just because she would be like the entire time she's like,
she'd have to have like a pre-match before the actual match to just get over the awe.
Maybe she'd have to get baked beforehand too. Maybe she'd relax that way with.
I would just anticipate the moments where Kevin's trying to recall something from his film, and Rachel's like, actually, this happened.
Maybe she can borrow Adam's furniture for the night and be like, correction, Kevin. It's.
I have my money on Rachel for that match, for sure.
I don't know if I can bet against Rachel on that one, I'll be honest with you. So,
also, are we discussing the post-game stuff, or are we keeping it for later?
We can talk about
We
that.
can talk about it.
Oh wow! I was not expecting that at all, and like Paul's there trying to like diffuse the tension as well, and just Kate firing Grace was unexpected.
Yeah, Kate asserting herself as we are. She's dishing the accent, which I may have been the only real fan of. I actually love the accent and couldn't get enough of it myself. But the fanny pack's gone, the accent's gone, and she's taking ownership of the den, moving Grace to the curb, so to speak. I love it because I think Kate.
It was a great move.
It's a great move because now she has 1 year down. She obviously came into the league at kind of last minute, but she was kind of, and she wasn't really involved with the league, just involved with the end, and she was played in that scenario, and I think she did a great job keeping things together, but I think she learned a lot this year. And I'm interested now that she's ready to, take full ownership and full control of the den. I like the move. I like where we're going with this. I'm excited to see where Kate's going to go next year. What do you guys all think, Alex and anybody else who wants to talk?
I do think that's something good to know is that I think I love Kate. I love her character. I love Grace and everyone so much. However, I do think that doing the character as well as she has kind of gotten in the way of her management a little bit, where she's trying to kind of focus on the character a little too much. It's kind of like when Lon tried to succeed with the professor, and the professor and Lon has mentioned, I love being the professor, but at the same time, I was so focused on the character rather than where it kind of got in the way of me actually competing, because I was so focused on trying to get the lines out and making jokes and stuff. And I kind of wonder if that might have been, if it could be a little bit similar. So we're probably going to get someone a little bit more serious, a little more focused. So I'm excited to see what this new Kate is going to come out with.
Yeah. I mean, if we've learned anything about Kate, like she's obviously really talented, and she's really good at she's one of the best we saw this season in terms of bringing it in terms of character work. So, I mean, why do you have to sacrifice? Who says she can't do both? Even just her turning a heel, not literally heel, but just turning on a heel like that, and just shut it down and just seizing that moment and becoming this assertive person. Who's to say she can't show up, in a suit and be some kind of boss manager next year, and still not necessarily abandon all of that and be like, oh, it's not all fun and games anymore. She could still be a lot of games and a lot of fun, and also still be a killer, taking all that things that she's learned and be a next level manager next year. And she's obviously really talented, that I could easily see her working in a different kind of character, even if she's dropping Chicago. She could work in something else. So I'm very excited to see what happens with that.
I mean, it's been done before. It's been done in wrestling. It's been done in, obviously, in the industry. Look about Lon Harris went from the professor to the delinquent.
Yeah.
It worked very well. I think Kate can obviously do the same type of thing. She could flip it and make another great character for herself. She's got to draft well and rebuild the faction. It's interesting to see where she goes next. I like that.
It's still going to be a heightened version of her, and she's not going to just not bring any character moments, so to speak. So it's going to be I'm really excited to sort of see what because she's also an extremely smart comic stand-up and entertainer. So she's extremely funny. I love her sense of humor so much, and I'm excited to see what she could do out when she's not bounded by just one accent or one trope or just one outfit for the entire season as well. And fan fiction time. Where do you think Grace is gonna go?
Thank you so much for bringing the Snowdown fan fiction again, Chandra.
Alex is in love.
Alex girl.
Loves
this.
Loves
It's going to be a long shot, but be with me on this. I think because, we saw one person going back to their original roots. Grace was fired by Shannon last season, and she was also fired by Kate this season. And there was one manager where she actually had a better relationship with, and it didn't end in firing. And that manager has also gone back to his original roots and calling people LB, loser behavior. So what if Dagnino and Grace team up again, and it's the Lion's Den, but it's still called the Finstock Exchange, but it's now the Lion's Den 2.0. But
okay.
Oh.
Yeah, then you have the blind leading the blind.
Wow. Okay. I like that. Okay.
I mean, I think it was a great scene. I think, no pun intended, it was a graceful exit for Grace. You know, I was a little confused by the dynamic to the Den this season, if I'm going to be completely honest. And it's not because I don't respect the legacy of what Grace did in the previous seasons, but you know, I felt like it was hard for her to find her footing in that faction. And Kate, you know, I think saw a lot of what was happening throughout the league this season and got really invested in the idea of being a bit more competitive next season because she had plenty of talent on that faction. And I don't think that she, you know, like necessarily blew it because some of her players had very competitive matches. But I think, you know, if she's focusing a little bit more on strategy next season, it could be a whole new world for her. I also just for the record, I like that Marisol just refers to the character as Chicago.
I actually picked up on that too. I got to was like calling her that. It's too late now. She's ditching it. But... well, I do.
Yeah, the whole pivoting to digital sort of felt like the factions only need to be competitive. There's no other. I think winning matches became the frontline thing, and like storylines and like being an entertaining faction or like having different interactions with each of their players and all of that sort of like took a back seat. And I think Den was one of the factions that got hurt by that a lot because she had like amazing stories with Ben going through you know, his rookie season like going on a run in singles and teams and all of that. And Tom and Paul were going to, you know, Tom was going to like, you know, focus more on singles, and Paul was going to put even more time into his singles matches and so on as well. But and that sort of, I think Kate was going in to play a Schmodown season like a Schmodown season 6 sort of season 5, and the season 7 like with all the curveballs was not what she expected, and a lot of managers pivoted, and like she knows now what type of manager and what type of faction she needs to run. And I'm excited for the next season. I don't think anyone is safe in the Den from what I hear from her. Like I don't know who her 3 is going to be, or if she's going to like even, you know, even like try to grab a lot of free agents are available as well. So she might be revamping completely for all I know.
That's an interesting point. I mean, a lot of the factions we've seen like they have like, oh, we're going to keep this person, they might keep this person. I haven't heard really anything. I mean, she has Tom, she has Paul Preston, but they actually probably, they would even say that they were disappointing as a team this year, didn't really get to do what they wanted to do. They never really made their way much into it. The pride is there with Ben Goddard, but she even mentioned afterwards on, I think it was on Let's Get Ready last night, that Ben has made very clear that he's looking around as a possible switch in management as well. So we really know. I agree, Chandra. I think this might be a completely different Den next year. There's a lot of reasons out there to try, which gives us an advantage at some point. I mean, with people like Bateman and Merle are out there. That's an advantage to have slots to fill that you can offer. So.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. And her players.
Suggestions that I actually made on Twitter when someone was asking, when I think it was Harloff that kind of mentioned what factions can you picture like Ben on, and I was like right away my gut instinct told me specifically either Sam Levine or Kate, just because what Kate needs, you know, because I think she's a fantastic manager. I think she has loads of potential, and this was her rookie year as a manager. She's learning a lot of things, and it showed in her and in her the way she managed in a handful of matches. But I'm excited to see her next year. Thing is, I think what she needed more than anything, in her faction was a veteran champion competitor to help lead the way and mentor other competitors in her faction, because she didn't have anywhere close to that in her current faction. She had Brett Sheridan and Rachel and Ben, Brett, James. I mean, Vanessa. There's no major standouts as far as veteran competitors go to really kind of help with strategy and kind of focus on that. So I think that's what she is desperately needing this next season, and I think she's going to kind of pivot that way.
I can see it.
To be, I know Ben has said, he said tonight talking to Jen Sturger that he wants to, something that's on the tip of his mind is he wants to go somewhere and know that he has a player to team up with, somebody of a comparable level to him to team up with.
He also needs to be a dominant. He needs to be one of the leaders of the pack.
Yeah, he's not going to
be a situation where he's like one of like 4 or 5 competitors that are champions on the same faction.
Wouldn't it be interesting if Kate grabbed Ben and Dan Murrell and put them together?
I don't know if Ben would want to be in the same faction as Dan a second.
Literally, if you can't beat him, join him.
That's true.
It is a point. It is a point.
And honestly, he did actually, I do bring it up, but he also mentioned that as well. Somebody else asked him that initially, and he kind of was like, I don't know if I would want to team with Dan because of that. That was kind of the same reason that Roka had. I think Ben wants to be the top dog in a way. I don't think he wants to necessarily. I think he wants to be the 1A and then team up with Merle. He's not the 1A at this point. I mean, there's
especially with teams going to be on the back burner for a while because. As I said, they're not going to be digital teams matches, so so he would focus on his singles career more, and he wants to be undefeated next season. And there's no way that path does not go through Dan, and he wouldn't want to have another situation where either they're being managed by the same manager or all the baggage from season 7 gets ruffled up again. So
it's fair.
That's maybe in his mind as well.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. And this is not, Ben's actually kept it very close to the vest, so this is nothing inside. I'm very close to the vest, even from people he's worked with. My bold prediction, as I watched Let's Get Ready also last night, Ben and Marisol end up on the dungeon.
It's like freaking out.
Dungeon and Den were my 2 initial thoughts.
I can honestly really easily picture that. Marisol, I know your current, as we know, a current teammate is right here, but that is
he's
I'm getting very.
What have you started?
growling over there.
Would if the opportunity presented itself, would you turn down the opportunity to work with Ben? Team up with Ben?
It just depends on what you phrase as opportunity. I know that from an outsider's perspective, it sounds like it sounds like he has there's a lot for me to gain from that partnership. But I think that's from strictly an outsider's perspective who doesn't know what I know and doesn't realize what kind of skills I already possess. And I think it's if I'm still I'm the rookie, just starting out, which is the kind of label that's a blessing and a curse, because it helps people underestimate you so you can exceed expectations, but it also causes people to underestimate you. And sometimes I'm like, look, I didn't just start watching movies yesterday. It's a combination. It's a combination of that and also picking up where somebody is coming from. And it's not just a simple oh my God, you seem like you're amazing at trivia. You seem like you're amazing at trivia. How could that go wrong? Put them together. That's going to be an all-star team. I think you have to look, for me, what I'm expecting from a teammate or somebody that I think I'm really going to gain a lot from, and have it be a symbiotic relationship. Is somebody who has the same values and same approach to the game as I do. And I know for me personally that I'm not I'm not a must. Winning is not graphed into my value, like how my sense of self-worth as a player. I don't measure what I'm going to bring to this game, what I'm going to bring to this competition based on my record or whether I'm going to end up with a belt or not. And I know that's so important to some of the players in this league. That's the end all be all. They don't think they've made a mark or they've proved their worth in any way unless they secure gold, and unless they are claimed, unless somebody says they're the greatest at this thing and they will do anything, I think maybe too much, that becomes their number one. That becomes their goal versus I think the kind of things that will genuinely make somebody, it distracts from the things that I think will genuinely make somebody a threat and the reasons that I love doing this in the first place. So there are a lot of reasons beyond the obvious that I think that comes into play, who I think I would actually genuinely be a kick-ass partner with, and who I think I would get a lot out of that dynamic with. And I would get something from them, and they would get something from me. That was my very, very long-winded way of saying that. Do I think that necessarily Ben Bateman would be that person that checks all those boxes for me? Maybe not.
Fair
So
enough.
that's their long-winded way of saying it's not Ben, it's her.
I just mean there's a lot of things to factor in, and I know that he is going to be phenomenal, no matter like there's going to be that Bateman is going to do huge things. He's promising he's going to do huge things, and I know he's going to go to the ends of the earth to make sure that he does, regardless of whether I'm in the mix or not. So maybe I don't need to be in the mix then, and I'm okay with that.
Well, something to consider though. I mean, like being on a team is that, obviously being part of corruption, you at the time when you guys were put together, it was because, corruption was current belt champion and they need a second team to go into the team's tournament. Totally makes sense. So you're almost like you're almost like the backup team, essentially. You're like who they want to go up against them, essentially. You're going to earn those points and kind of work your way up as a new rookie team. So you have the opportunity to potentially go into another faction and be the top tier team for a faction, potentially, if you were to be lined up with a new person. Like if you and Adam somehow, if a manager makes the best presents and you're like, okay, fine, this is the only way that I could be steered away from, our Lord and Savior Shannon Barney, obviously, but somehow it happens and you guys are in another faction and they're like, you guys are my star teams. You guys are my stars. You would turn the opportunity to be like the head honchos of the team down?
We're not a second tier team, no matter where we are.
Nice.
Nice answer.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a lot I want to say, but I'm only going to say so much.
Okay.
I saw him stewing over there.
First of all,
he's trying to say they're better than corruption.
First of all, Marisol is more than deserving of all this attention. She is a star, and this 3-person thing, I'm not a fan. That's the politest way I can put it. But I'm also not the manager, and I respect the position Shannon's in. But I find it very interesting. Marisol and I came into this league at the same time. We put in the work. We are the first real rookie class team in a long time to come out and immediately compete with top tier teams. And we know what we're capable of doing. And people also know what we're capable of doing. And so now they want to swoop in and everyone, very logically is going after Marisol, but they're also overlooking the fact that early on in the season, who's Collins, who's McKee, whatever. And now here we are. And we have perspective on our role in this league. We're not, we don't have an inflated sense of ego about this. We just want to play. And we know we have unfinished business in the teams division. And so for this old guard to swoop in and try and split us up so they can take, parcel us out to whichever way they see fit, I take umbrage with that. I don't like it. And you can bet that one of my priorities next season is continuing to play with this person, because we can win those belts. We could beat any team. And I am ready for another opportunity. And yeah, it gets me a little hot under the collar because we put in a lot of work and people just have to take our word for it. But we did. And we're ready to reap the benefit, reap what we sowed. Like, give us a chance next season. Just hope it shakes out right.
I hear you, and I think you should be. When you work that hard, you want to be not recognized is not the right word, but you want to people to understand that it's you've done the work and it should be known. And I appreciate where you're coming from. I think it should be. I think you guys should have that chance to do that, and hopefully for your sakes, I hope it does work out for you.
It reminds me of a little bit of the Looney Bin from season 6 too. Like they came in, they were also like playing a lot of like top tier teams and actually have wins over like Self-Righteous Brothers and with the machine, Time Machine.
Yep.
Machine, yeah.
Yep, Time Machine.
The Time Machine as well, and until that point, like Tom wasn't even a singles player, right? Like, and as soon as that was done, like he became a top commodity and even went in round 1 of the draft. And even though the knowledge is there, like with Paul, the chemistry was not there. So that's another thing to take into consideration. You often when you just like put two people together, especially in like a virtual setting, we've seen, especially in this team's tournament too, like just because they know each other doesn't mean they would have like great chemistry playing in a team, playing in a team as well. And Tom did not have a good teams season this season, so there might be that magic sauce that is in the Looney Bin that is not recreated with any teammate that he has. So that is another thing for managers to consider as well.
Quick question: what faction would they reunite under?
Maybe that's the dungeon play.
Oh, I feel like the dungeon is diehard video. I mean, Kaiser is diehard for Video Drew at this point. I feel like.
I feel that way too.
Yeah.
And
all right.
Luckily, he can keep 4 people because he gets the first draft pick as well.
He does, yes.
Right.
He does.
He does.
He does
He keeps 3, and then like he would just draft
He would get the first pick.
first person.
He gets first pick.
He gets the first pick.
Unlike everyone else left.
Although the weird part about that, actually, I actually want Christian to mention this. And now the Burning Druids are no more, but Usual Suspects did get their number 1 pick, I believe, during that. It was like a trade they made.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how that
They should
out.
lose their first pick.
They traded for the Burning Druids, whoever. But thing is, they took the Burning Druids are no more. Period.
Right, but they got.
But what happens to that trade option?
That trade where like they got their draft choice.
I think that they should still not.
They should get an extra draft pick. Theoretically.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where it would fall. That's something we'll have to talk about when we get into that. I guess we'll have to see what Christian has to say about that. And there you go. Yeah, Video Dream Dungeon, if she can help it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be there. Getting the Twitter thing is trade. I mean, I guess okay, that's the case. That's kind of a weird thing to do, unfortunately, but that's the way it happened.
There was a trade between Roxy and the Droogs also about like some draft pick, right? Like I don't remember exactly.
I don't remember what that was.
Yeah. Interesting.
And like other like sports, like any other like any other like traditional sport like baseball, football, or whatever. Maybe I've said it before and I say it again. I would love to see like a multi, like the idea of like competitor manager contracts, faction contracts to be a thing. Like it really bugs me knowing that Shannon's like has took you guys on, built you guys up as much as you guys have, knowing that there is technically an option for someone else to take you in their stead. And so Shannon can't take you guys after all the work she put into it. So it's like just like any sport, faction contract should totally be a thing, Christian. Just putting that out there.
It would be. Look, again, and Shannon even said it herself, we would be having a whole different conversation. She said herself, she would be having a whole different conversation if she Section won the team's tournament. You know, we went to
Yeah, you just have to win the belts to stay a team. That's a small task, right? Yeah, and your debut season.
Final exam and Shazam, like no big deal.
Think of how many teams have stuck together who, frankly, maybe should have been divided up a long time ago. I just don't think we fall under that criteria.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of teams that have not broken up since their inception in Anarchy.
We're going to pivot. Nice transition. I like that. It was very professionally done.
I aim to please.
Yeah.
Bring up those stats, Meg.
All right. We are talking about the title match between Shazam and The Odd Couple. Got very interesting here as we went along. Round one. Sorry, things are a little small, but there's a lot to break down here. The Shazam comes out of round one up by 3 with 16 and 13. Bibbs being the only one who gets a perfect round plus the bonus. Shazam does defer to the Odd Couple to spin first. Odd Couple spins away from Oscars, ends up with Ron Howard, where they proceed to run the category as they have done in previous matches. Shazam follows up with spinning away from Coming of Age, ends up with Jim Henson, also doing a very splendid job there where they pick up 10 points. They do end up missing a multiple choice, which the Odd Couple is able to pick up. So we are then back tied 26-26 going into the betting round where Shazam by Digital spins Jim Henson, another repeat category here, and they Shazam bets 3 points, Odd Couple bets 1 point, and they both are awarded those points. So then we move into the speed round where Shazam answers their questions first. Meyer takes those first 5 questions, is unable to answer the last question in time, but gets none correct, so he picks up 4 points. Bibiani passes on question 9, his second to last question, and is unable to answer that one in time. He also does not answer any of his other 4 questions incorrect, so they get a total of 8 points from that speed round. Odd Couple comes in. Snyder takes those first 5 questions, passing on question 1, 2, and 4. Is unable to answer those questions plus the 5-pointer, or the number 5 question on time. He is given a new question 2 due to some connection issues where he was unable to hear. He passes on that. He gets none incorrect, but he only answers 1 of his questions. And Jericho comes in and passes on question 9 and 10, unable to answer those 2 in the remaining time, and is able to pick up 3 points, not missing anything, to where they get a total of only 4 points coming out of that speed round. So we are now, Odd Couple is at a 6-point deficit, 37-31 in Shazam's favor. We go into this final round. The Odd Couple answers all 3 of their 5-point questions, pivoting it over to Shazam, where Meyer unfortunately misses his crime 2-pointer. Bibiani hits his 3-pointer in Brad Pitt, and they are unable to hit a 5-pointer in Tom Cruise, giving the Odd Couple the championship. Shazam is able to answer 31 of 35 of their questions for an 89% accuracy, earning 76% of 53 available points. Odd Couple goes 90% accuracy with 28 of 31 questions and answering 76% of 54 available points. Oh boy. This one was crazy.
This was the match that I felt like heartbroken for Shazam for. But I also was impressed and amazed at the I gotta say resilience, even though there was question about that. Resilience of the Odd Couple. And this is where Roxy, I think, kind of stepped up and said and showed this is why she should be in talks for Manager of the Year, if not winning Manager of the Year. I know we have 2 people on screen who will definitely say Chad. I know that I would say that she's the favorite. But Roxy made some very large steps and showed where she is and what she is good for. I loved this match overall. I was really on the edge of my seat until the very end. And great for Jeff Snyder and Mark Andreyko, and I really think this has also helped Jeff Snyder really. I don't know if he needs to solidify his place anymore because he's done it so much recently, but it seems like this is like a nice cherry on the team at the end of the season there, where he really has made his stake as being like on Mount Rushmore, so to speak. Greatest team player of all time, perhaps.
I'd say he's certainly in contention. The match was competitive in unexpected ways, because if you look at that PPE, it was dead even in the end, but the swings were so bizarre.
Yes.
Speaking for myself, after losing to Odd Couple, I was rooting for them to go the whole way, not just for faction reasons, but when you lose to a team like that in a competitive match, you want to lose to the people who go all the way. But going into the third round, the energy was just bizarre. And I don't blame the frustration on either side, but it was just, I think that just gives you an idea of the full spectrum of emotion we saw in the Spectacular. I think we needed at least one match that had some just genuine frustration to it, for better or worse. It made it interesting. But I'll yield the floor because I want to hear what the other two folks have to say here.
Yeah. Chandra, what are your thoughts?
I was rooting hard for Brendan Meyer and Bibbs. Like Shazam is like one of my favorite teams, and I have a soft spot for my batch of rookies as well, like my batch of season 6 rookies, as well. Even though, except for Brandon Hanna can just suck an egg. Other than that, like Brendan and Paul, the reason like we click so well is like we all like think of the Schmodown the same way, and like sort of have this like generational difference as well, and it was and I wanted this so much for Brendan, especially because even in singles tournament, his loss to Collins was so close and so avoidable that I was like rooting hard for him, and I also know what happened backstage of the entire match. So seeing all of that, like it's sort of like I understand the frustration of both teams going into the final round. And it would have been heartbreaking either way, either team won. But from a selfish point of view, I'm also glad that match happened before my match, because people were still like glued to the TV screen, even though I was ahead by 5 points. People were like, this could still be competitive. Like, it's not a foregone conclusion, right? Like even after round 2, I was up by 5 points, but it was still a competitive match, and the team's match sort of set the tone for that going forward as well. But we could get into 5-pointers and 2-pointers and whether they were of equal difficulty and all that too. It's just you hate to see it. I'll stop at that.
I will say as well. I do want to say that that question was a very obviously, I'm not going to say controversial, but it was definitely a talked about question, and we'll probably talk about it on Root the Question on Action Industries. I think is going to be we're going to bring up. But even Bibiani did say, it's a fair 2-point question, probably in the difficult. I guess that's the thing you got to say. You could have a question that is a fair question, but there's still a level
on a spectrum.
It's a fair but tough 2-point question versus a easy 2-point question. Or whatever. There was definitely a lot of emotions. I know there were some tech issues. I know I'd heard a little bit about that. I think that might have led into some of the lower energy and the defeatism that they were feeling a little bit. Also, I think it wasn't just the score; it was just kind of like the sense of going on. But Marisol, before I go over there, like, what were your thoughts on the match?
Yeah, no, I mean, what you're saying, like Adam, you're saying especially like the emotions were just raw. It's hard to have. You can't have a neutral reaction to this match. You had to be pulled in some direction, one way or the other, because the players are very emotional in it, and you want this kind of like gritty, just like not gonna say ugly, but just like emotionally raw kind of match like this has its place too in the spectacular. I think in particular, like it was a roller coaster, and I think in particular when it got down, especially when we were heading into round 5. The energy was only weird only because like it's a Snyder that we've seen before. And so I know specifically myself, I was like, oh, not again. I was like, why are we here again with Snyder? Like I couldn't help it but feel that, and I'm sure some people were feeling that too. Like it breaks your heart. Like, like it's not what you want to see. You don't want to see, especially phenomenally talented players like that. You don't want to see them beat themselves up. You don't want to see them throw in the towel. What it looks like on the surface, like I said to everybody watching, like it without knowing like specifically all the frustrations that were coming to the forefront here, like the optics of it, it's just like, oh no, like you're bummed when you see like that energy coming up. You want everybody to give their all. You want everybody to fight and put their heart in it no matter what. So just speaking strictly like from a fan's, like spectating from a fan, I was like I'm confused by this energy. I was just like, what is going on? Like that was another layer to deal with in that match. And I think, and I do understand, the controversy around it. I think, especially, I think when it hit the round 5, I think it seemed particularly curious because, like you said, the spectrum of, there's all kinds of questions that can be asked. And I usually try to be as objective as possible, even though I know I can fall prey to like, oh, that was obvious. Oh, that was too easy. Oh, that was too hard. I'm a human, so I fall prey to that like everybody else does. But I did think, just still trying to be as objective as possible. I think that in terms of the spectrum, I think in the round 5, I think the odd couple got maybe on the more gettable end of they sailed through their 2, 3, and 5. I think their questions, it's the luck of the draw. I think their questions were more on the gettable side, and that contrasted with the fact that the Shazams were all moving on the like, ooh, like all their 2, 3, and 5 were on the trickier end. I think clearly, like those next to each other, I think that's probably what made everybody just like everybody like kind of go nuts. That's what added that layer of controversy to the end there. Especially the 2. I could just be honest, like I didn't know that too. Like it like asking me that in 15 seconds to pull a question that I think was just vague enough. From what we've seen a lot of the times, the 2s are usually pretty just obvious. They're obvious. They even have a lot of context clues in there. Like they have a lot of clues and they're obvious. And I think that too was an impressive too, because it was just vague enough that, it would be difficult. I think not the easiest for most players to get in just a 15-second window without thinking. I know there's some people who it's obvious to them. So it is obviously gettable. But yeah, it's that combination of all of that made that I understand why it was controversial for a lot of people reacting in that moment to it. Still, man, you cannot take away the accomplishments from the odd couple. However whatever kind of asterisk you try to put to the energy, you can't take away what that team has accomplished.
Got the job done.
Yeah,
that's that.
W is a W, and they have the belts. And they set records doing it. So
and it's the second team they beat on an IG level Tom Cruise 5-pointer. So
that 5-pointer. Watching Shazam work was I got to give a lot of credit to Shazam. They did a great, wonderful job. But watching that 5-point question, it showed both like a heartbreak for me and a sense of such pride in them. Like as if I was like their manager, I'd be so prideful of them because it was obvious they didn't know it.
They were trying.
We're working the system. And they were doing the best they could to figure out a possible answer.
Marisol, I can relate.
Absolutely, I'm sure you can. It did break my heart though when Brendan said, "I'm sorry, Bibbs, I don't know it," and I felt like,
that was such a baby face moment too. Like I don't know, I don't think they planned word, but but it
He
was
apologizes every time he does the question.
stuff like that.
Sorry.
I want to give him a hug. I'm like, it's okay, buddy. It's okay. You can't know everything. But,
Stuff like that you don't usually see in studio matches or live live theater matches, but these sort of individual moments of interaction also like shows how great the bond in Team Shazam is, and luckily their manager would quit Schmodown before breaking their team, and they're going to be team champions once again next season. And I know it for sure. They're still undefeated in three rounders,
Yep,
3-round matches.
That's true.
So they can always claw their way back to another title match.
It was also another emotional aspect of that was the adding of the Bibiani versus Jericho. It's been a long rivalry. So seeing Jericho win that from Bibiani was another added notch of emotion.
And just a public reminder that Jericho beat Bibiani in the horror match last year. I know everyone was talking about Bibbs not being in the horror free for all, but Jericho was there and he was the reigning champ. So just for the record.
You gotta
set the record.
Correction.
It was such a hard match to watch as fans. Like you guys said, it was just like a roller coaster of emotions. It was like there was I remember even when we were reacting to it, we were like talking to each other and we were like, oh my gosh, like are the Odd Couple? It was like round 2. And we were thinking, round 3, because they flew through the second round, and we were like, "Are they done?" I mean, it was speed round or betting round, and we were like, "They seem gone at this point. Like they don't want to be here. Like they're not so much freaking out, but they're like Jeff looks stressed, annoyed because, like I said, at this time we don't know a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. And Draco, he kind of was pissed as well, and there's just, and for a fact they were just like, every team obviously that gets to that point, they just worked so hard and there was so many doubters towards them. And it's really annoying to me. I remember seeing that chat and being like, how can some people be so toxic and ridiculous and seeing this match and being like, yeah, these people don't deserve it. Like, are you kidding me? I just wanted to punch some people in the face. Like, it was so asinine because they clearly did deserve it. And I also hear, like, I've seen some people like in like the Facebook groups and be like, well, this team is the real winner, or this person is a real winner in singles, or because they have a higher accuracy ratings or whatever. Like, no, you have to have the higher score overall. That's how you win a match.
Yeah.
That's what matters. That's how it comes down to it. And it's really discouraging when I see some of that toxic response to something it felt like such a true, genuine, heartfelt match, and that was a response to it from too many fans.
Hopefully, Odd Couple realizes that I think they understand where they are, and the real fans understand that as well. I mean, it's an emotional thing. You can't help but wear your heart on your sleeve sometimes, and you get down, you get defeated in yourself a little bit. You're going for the championship at the WrestleMania, the Super Bowl of this Showdown, and when you feel like you might be not giving your best performance, or you might have, slipped on the banana peel, so to speak, they felt like it's going to be defeating, but they still won the game. They still came back, did what they had to do to win the game. They got to be proud of that. That's what you got to do. And obviously did their job, kind of at least bandage the wound, so to speak, and get them up, and it worked.
Yeah.
So,
real quickly, just want to highlight that we are accepting questions, comments, or whatever your big takes or big ideas regarding the matches. So if you have anything that you want to send us to us in a super chat or a Streamlab, that'd be much appreciated.
We do have 2 matches to go through, so we have a little bit of time left. We'll answer anything you want to answer. And at least I will answer anything personally. I wouldn't want to speak for everybody else, but get your questions. Ask whatever you want. So, Megs, let's go to a match somebody was involved with here tonight.
Yeah, there's some little thing happened here. Oh, let's see where we're at here. Oh, what's this? The IG title match. What is this? A certain The Chosen Chandra Dandapani against the Cobra, Chance Ellison. Coming out of round one, Chandra, you are up 8-5. And then going into round two, you decide to spin first. And you spin away from heroes and villains initially. You end up back with it. Then there is the 6 points for the 3 questions for the full 2 points, 2 having to check down to multiple choice, giving you 8 points out of that round. Ellison comes in. He takes DCEU on his first spin, checking down to multiple choice twice, missing one of them, which Chandra does pick up on that steal, answering the remaining 3 for the full 2 points. So we end up, Chandra is up 17-12 coming out of round 2. Get to the betting round. We end up on the Wizarding World, where, again, essentially we could have not had this round because you both bet 2 points and you both get it, so no exchange of points there. And we follow suit with the speed round where you guys both answer all your questions except for passing on, I'm sorry, I will backtrack. Chance does answer first. He is unable to, he passes on his 9th and 10th question. He's able to hit his 9th question, but unable to answer his 10 in time. Doesn't miss anything, so he gets 9 points there. Chandra, you pass on question 2 and 10. Unable to answer question 10 in the allotted time, again, getting none correct. So both of you coming out with 9 points there. So we are 28-23. Chandra is up by 5 going into that championship round. Chance has to hit his 2 and his 3 in Mixed Bag and Star Wars respectively to bounce it back to Chandra, who hits a 2-pointer in Marvel. And Chance is unable to hit his 5-pointer in Who Said It, which means that, Chance, you retain your championship, answering 25 out of 27 of your questions for a 93% accuracy and earning 81% of 37 available points to you. And Chance is a 75% accuracy, 21 out of 28 points, and 64% of 44 available points.
Wow, there it is, the breaking down of that. Chance obviously won the tournament, did a great job winning the tournament to this spot. And Marisol and Adam, I know you talked often about how the work he put in. And were you guys heavily involved with training him for this match?
I mean, I hit the ground running when I started with Corruption because the Intergeekdom and Star Wars tournaments were looming. And I wasn't sure when I was going to get to play, so I wanted to just break the ice with everybody by helping with the study sessions. So that got me invested early, and Chance has a valuable resource with Mike. I did everything I could to help him prepare, obviously, but it's no secret that Chandra is a very formidable opponent, and once the match was said and done, I think Chance has a lot to hang his head high about. He faced a deficit that he was, chipping away at all the way to the end of the match, and no TKO. And I think with Chance Ellison, the sky's the limit in any division. But Chandra's champion for a reason, and it ended up being a really good match in the end. But I know Chance will be back in IG next year, and I can't wait to see what he does.
Great. Marisol, do you echo those? Do you have anything further to add about your time with Chance and getting him ready?
Yeah, just echo. I wasn't there from the beginning in the trenches, like as Adam was saying. But then as the season developed, and I grew closer with all these people, I can really invested in Chance, especially when we were leading into this last month leading into it. I know how focused he was. I know how determined he was. He was, he was putting everything. When you see somebody is putting everything they have into it, and you want the best for them, you're gonna jump in the ranks and jump in even on things that I wouldn't feel as confident about. I was like, I don't care. I'm here. I could figure out how to throw questions at you. I'll do it. I just wanted to buoy him in any way that I could. you know, because I was ready to for him to bring everything he can and really make a name for himself, going to the spectacular on his first real go at IG. It's really proud of him.
Well, Chandra, you definitely watched the tournament. You wanted to see.
Yeah, I think he tuned in.
Yeah.
You ready to go? You entered into the war. What were your thoughts going into the match?
Okay, first of all, let me preface all of this by saying Chance is a great IG player, and things go like that. If I don't think I would if we play 10 matches or if we play 100 matches, like I would win every single match against him. There's just a high ceiling when it comes to chances matches, like Adam said, and especially with while playing singles and teams, also it's ridiculously hard to be on that like competitive level as like someone who's just playing IG. Having said all that,
oh God, here it comes.
Where's the shoe drop?
Having said all that, I had a lot of like fun FOMO watching the IG tournament, and I was hoping the questions would be tougher in the championship match compared to the IG tournament, especially because a lot of the questions in the IG tournament were repeats from previous seasons and so on, and gladly, like we saw the difficulty like ramp up between like Smith and my match compared to the rest of the IG rest of the tournament too. And of course, it's a championship match. You want championship difficulty questions, and we saw that like yesterday at the spectacular as well. Like the singles and teams championship matches, the questions were at least round one, because those are the questions you particularly write for those title matches were harder than the Kevin Smith Sheridan match, as well as the Jericho Brittany Young match. So that was like the major difference we saw. Like I don't know if Chance was ready for that jump in difficulty in round one questions particularly, and like that sort of shifted the tone for the entire match after going into like round two and so on. And
honestly, considering he had gotten perfect rounds plus bonus in multiples of his tournament rounds, and so have you as well. So to see those kind of numbers coming out of round one showed they had upped their game. Please continue.
Yeah, I think also like my only misses in the entire game was in round one, which shows like how difficult round one questions were compared to the rest of the match, because the first round was particularly written for the championship match. Same with Star Wars. The Star Wars first round was ridiculous, and some of those questions were like totally bonkers to me, and we saw that because we saw that Chance knows his DCEU as well. Like he got 7 points in round two, but then the round one question in some sense was actually more difficult than like the round two questions and so on. So that was like a major jump, and that sort of set the tone for the entire match. But I wasn't expecting a 9-point speed round from Chance.
It was good.
That was a killer match. So that was the part I haven't seen, right? Like because I was in the waiting room. So that was what I was looking forward to watching in our match. And that was like ridiculously well handled. Like great improvement from his tournament finals performance as well. And And the 5-pointer, both Winston and I were just like jumping in our seat, thinking that was not an IG level 5-pointer, but there's also this sort of generational divide between like 90s kids and like 2000s kids.
That was the IG equivalent of knock your punk ass down, in my opinion.
Yeah, I could agree there. Yeah.
Well, something I'm a little curious about, both you, Chandra, and Adam, you guys have both, you played in championship matches, and Adam, you played speed round, obviously, and Chandra, that's something you are, you're obviously more than familiar with. I mean, how did you guys prepare for playing the speed round? That's something you don't really get in every single match, obviously. So do you guys have a strategy to do it, or do you guys just kind of like, hope it works out, or?
I'll hold off until my match, if that's okay.
Fine.
I without giving too many details, I'll just say Winston helped me a lot in preparing for the speed rounds.
It's almost like Winston's like a good manager or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's almost like he deserves Modi, despite despite winning the faction championship or something. It's almost like he brought the best out of every player who played for him, and it made them improve or something.
Marisol, you just gonna take that, girl?
Oh, I was gonna let him finish. I was finished. But look, I love. I mean, no, it's cute. It's like everybody says that as if, what's the most interesting thing. What I hear about when other faction players describe their managers, they describe these things that they do curiously as if Shannon doesn't already do those things that they're describing and then more. So it's always, I was like, that's cute. That's cute that like there's like couple things that you're describing, that's cute. But Shannon does that. And then he also does these 4 other things. So no, but like if that's what made you happy, if that made Christmas for you, that's great. No, I get it. That's I'm not gonna take anything away from that. That's sweet, and you deserve it, and I'm happy for you.
It was also cute when Shannon managed the experiment and got TKO'd, when she managed Bonnie Somerville and lost to Brett Sheridan.
But let's be honest.
What did she immediately do? Something that a smart manager would do. She ended that immediately. Okay, all right.
And got Claudia.
She did it wrong, so she rectified them.
Yes, and got
and
Claudia.
And then look kind of what happened a little bit later with my debut. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, but
leave us in a room this long, guys. What do you expect?
And she got Claudia Adolph, who lost to Warfather, and she managed who was the other person? Clea Wiggins, who got TKO'd. So success stories are success stories. Like long runs are long runs, but people tend to like keep burying the failures under the rug. And people need to remember all of that. Like a manager needs to bring out the best out of the entire faction, not just hang their hats on the success of the top 3 or top 4 players.
Yeah, she didn't. Yeah, she kind of hung her hat on the top 6. I don't know.
Who was the 6th? Who was the 6th?
No. It's so I know that you want to say that argument again was cute at the beginning of the season before we saw the second half of the season of corruption and realized that Shannon wasn't just Mike and wasn't just Chance.
He was one more person who was already great when he entered, or 2 more people who were already great when they entered the league. I don't know. I don't see the improvement that Shannon brought to them because it's not visible, and I just have to take two of your words for it, and of course you'll be biased.
Well, that's just not calling the kettle black, but okay.
I kind of feel like I know.
I was waiting for Chandra to come out. I know you were happy to beat me, but I was waiting for I was waiting for the real Chandra to come out.
If I may.
There's something. I think there's something that we can all agree with is that.
Wait, Adam, go ahead. Adam wants to say something about it.
Adam has something.
Right.
Look, Winston is a gentleman and a scholar, and he deserves to be in contention for Manager of the Year. There's a whole lot of different points we could argue, but I'll tell you this. Shannon and Winston approached me in free agency, and I went with Shannon.
Yeah, because you wanted to play with Mike, and she got Mike because Mike pretended that she wouldn't play with anyone else.
No, I wanted to play with corruption because I saw the diversity of talent in the faction, and I was really excited about the potential, and I didn't want to join a faction that was already at the top and ride their coattails. I wanted to build it from the foundation up. And that's what Marisol and I did with Shannon. And Mike and Chance were a big part of that, but they weren't the only part of that. And I think no matter who wins Manager of the Year, Shannon deserves her place in the running. And so does Winston. And so does Winston. But when it comes to arguing the finer points of it, I do think Shannon checks all the boxes that people proclaim about Winston, Roxy, and Coy. But she does it while also working 6 days a week, getting like 2 days off a month, and also just casually winning the faction war in the Schmodown. So I just have to put that out there.
Fair point.
Wait, yeah. One point that Winston has is like he didn't actually get players handed to him, starting with his top faction player, and he didn't get teams handed to him. Like he actually drafted them and like built a team despite being 7th in the draft, and didn't have to like resort to pretending that their players will not play for anyone, like they're doing again for the next season. To get the best pick of the litter, even though this was the faction move was basically done to break up like strong arming and strong teams dominating.
Well, here's something I think we could agree on, Chandra. Do you think Masters of the Universe should be an IG movie next season?
No.
Oh, come on. Come on, can he and I have a schmobate just about that?
Are we not in a schmobate?
I think just going to break things down real quickly. I think that obviously, I think we can both agree that they're both fantastic managers that are both great in different ways. And every manager has a different management style that is very customized to their competitors. So we just kind of have to. It's like comparing apples to oranges. We have very different types of managers here. Anyway, but it takes the right chemistry to make it work. But that being said, Chandra, this IG match obviously was pretty fantastic. Something that I think that is was like one of the biggest moments in the entire match was actually a little itty bitty challenge that was issued.
Yeah,
just a wee little one.
That's a little one. Just a little one.
Just that little challenge over there. Did you? Okay, so the question was specifically like, what did Bruce give to
what did he buy back for?
What did he buy back for Mom Kent?
For Martha Kent. Yeah.
Is it the house and the farm and the house? Is it the house, or is it just the farm? So what were some of your kind of thoughts when you kind of heard that? As an IG competitor, getting down to specifics, what was some of your thoughts when you heard that question exclusively?
I think so. To me, the answer was either at least at that point I was like misremembering. That's why you see me sort of like hesitating to throw to put the challenge out as well, because like I was trying to figure out how to exactly word that challenge. But it was clear that I wanted to like definitely throw the challenge out there because more often than not, this is Bateman's psychology as well, like philosophy as well. More often than not, you end up not using your challenge as well at all, right? Like so it's going to be a very slim chance that I would like even in the case that I lose the challenge, which is what happened, that I would actually have another challengeable point in the future of point in the rest of the match. So I was so that was one thing, and also I think if I remember right, he actually bought the whole bank, and they were furloughing the house and the farm. So every time they talk about it, there's another like facet to the whole thing as well, and that which was why I wanted to like throw that challenge out there. And also um, I think challenges can you bring up the scoreboard once again, Mike?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's find 1 second.
Challenges can do more than more than just repeat a question. I mean, more than just take points away or like take a question away. And
that was question 3, and he misses a multiple choice question right after that.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
As we were talking about the challenge, I looked back at my notes, and that was something I noted.
Thank you. I'm glad some people notice things.
It's my job to look at the numbers and the whole game, so it's kind of in my DNA here now. So
it's almost like he's very detail oriented or something.
Well, I have to say, even though I'm glad the challenge went the way it did and Chance kept the points, I understood it because I mean, Chandra got surrogates overturned, and that got overturned. I think the semantics surrounding the house versus the farm versus the bank was worth challenging, especially at that point in the game. So I understand the strategy completely.
Just real quick, we got a super chat with nothing else in there. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. What are you doing here?
Yeah, hello. Very nice to see you in here. Thanks. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So yeah, it was definitely a great challenge as well. I did like the nitty gritty of it. I mean, at the end with the bank, the house, farm, but it's a worthy challenge. These are the kind of matches you have to have those challenges for. If you don't want to leave them on the bench, this is a championship match. Get it out there.
Well,
Sorry. The only regret is like I think if I had worded it differently, because often with the challenges, it's not just about just saying challenge and like going back, especially in the virtual setting, right? Like you just give your claim for like a 30 seconds or 1 minute or something, and then they just put the challenge screen up there and they talk on their own, and you don't get to weigh in anymore. So how you word the challenge is very important, and I feel like I was more on point in like pleading my case during my Smith match compared to this time, and the fact that they actually saw Winston and I like have exchanging the words, they actually could still hear me trying to, being reserved about throwing the challenge out there. Also sort of changes the mentality, right? Like that's one part I didn't think about. So so I feel like on a different day, if I had played it differently, I would have at best at best case gotten a different question asked. Like, so
there are definitely tons of different ways you can present a challenge, and it can definitely make a difference.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That was like a learnable moment for me. Like even though like it accomplished some of what I wanted to do.
Well, what I've even learned from watching you, Chandra, is that from watching your IG matches, is that like you have like, to your point, what you've said, you've picked up on a certain strategy that you want to use in the game, and you do use it, and you're learning how to use it. As much credit as I feel comfortable giving you here. You're learning how to use it very well. Like you said it yourself. Like, when you find these detail-oriented questions that are just gray enough that you have an opening, and that you can use that to, you are a player who chooses to use that strategically to throw off your opponent and ice the kicker, whatever they're calling it, like to draw a comparison. And that is part of your gameplay. You haven't been shy about that. That's part of your gameplay. And whether I would do it myself or not, like, you get credit for realizing that and not using it in the cheap way, not using it in the absolute BS way, where like I've seen some other competitors like just abuse it. You do use it within a legitimate way that it's legitimate enough that they're like, okay, that was actually pretty crafty and pretty, I understand what you were trying to do. And it does, to your point. achieve a desired effect. So I will say that. I will say that, sir. So.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's mind is that you're probably one of the more successful, not one of the most successful IG competitors that have successfully issued challenges and had them come back in your way. So that's not exactly something you can adequately prepare for. It's just you got to know. You just have to know exactly what you're trying to get across, and sometimes that can be very difficult to do in a high pressure situation where you're like thinking to yourself, well, I know what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to find exact words, because let's face it, if you have it in your head and you're not saying it the right way, that challenge could be completely lost on you because you're not using the correct verbiage, and that's happened so many times.
Yeah, I think about challenges a lot, like so many. So I think I've played like 8 games, and there have been 6 challenges, 3 of them thrown against me and 3 of them by me. So because of that, I don't know if I'm just a magnet for challenges, or just like I also challenge quite a bit. That is an insignificant portion of the part of the game for me, whether I like it or not. Especially last season, like there were 2 challenges against me and like 1 challenge by me. So and some missed moments where I could have challenged too. So it out of necessity, like I had to like. Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to focus my camera again. Out of necessity, I had to bring that as like add that part of my toolbox, and once you have it, like it's there.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Excellent. Well, congratulations. You did what you said you were going to do. You defeated a chance. You kept your belt. You're a defending champion now, and you're moving on to the next season. And you're facing Mara Kanopik first. So great match. Exactly what you need to do. So I guess we should move on to the final match of the season. And it was a very worthy match. In fact, dare I say, at this point, I know recency bias does come into play here a little bit, but this might be the match of the year. It might be the best spectacular main event match we have ever seen.
Shaw.
I'm throwing
There's some pretty interesting things inside of this. So without further ado, let's break this baby down here. So Merle and Collins both come out of round 1 with perfect 9 out of 9, perfect rounds plus the bonus. Coming in over here to round 2, we had Merle defers to Collins, who takes Clint Eastwood on his first spin, going 7 questions, or 7 points out of there, only having to check on the multiple choice once. Merle decides to spin away from horror and takes young adult novel adaptations on there, and ends up having to check on multiple choice twice, misses one of those multiple choice attempts that is picked up by Collins. So coming out of round 2, Collins is up 17-14. Going into the betting round, we end up with the animated category. Merle bets 2, Collins bets 1. They both get it correct. So Merle does gain a 1 point there. Then we get to this speed round. Both sweeping the speed round 10 for 10. Merle does pass on the 3rd question, but is able to answer inside of the time allowed. So they both go perfect there. And we come into the championship round where Merle is down by 2, 28-26. We go back and forth here where Merle hits his 2, forcing Collins to hit his 2. Merle misses his 3, but picks up his 5. And Collins, you hit your 3, but you miss your 5 in Thriller, which pushes us into sudden death. We end up going 7 questions deep, and you both miss on the 3rd question, which pushes us even further to where finally there on the 7th question, Collins is able to pull that out for a total score of 39-38 to take the championship Merle is able to answer 88% accuracy, 30 out of 34 questions, answering 81% of 47 available points. Collins with a 94% accuracy, 33 out of 35 questions, and 81% of 48 available points. A championship match for the ages.
Well, let's first start off by asking, we talked before at one point about when you were getting ready, you were going to face Dan Merle and what you were doing. Now the situation's there, you're going up, it's all eight, everything's out on the table, you're sitting down in your studio and you're ready, in your home rather, at StreamYard, and you're ready to go. And here you are, you're facing Dan Merle, greatest of all time. Are you freaking out? What's your thought process at that point?
I was not freaking out, but I was. That was because of the preparation, and also, the biggest thing when you get started in the Schmodown is making sure you're getting past, especially if you transition as a fan, like Chandra, Marisol, and I all have. You have to get over that initial, star factor, and what helped. It was a combination of having gone to live events, broken the ice with some competitors here and there, but also playing those matches. We're all living online right now, and it'd be cool to be in the same room. It'd be like, I know. I mean, Marisol and I made no secret. We're both excited to play in studio next season. We're ready to move past this whole false argument about the virtual thing. But beyond that, I had experience with other competitors. I'd gotten past that part of it. The butterflies and the excitement come from the competition more than who you're playing. And I it's not that I don't recognize the caliber that Dan is. I obviously do. And it's humbling in the moment, but I also was there to zone in, listen to the questions. I go to a very specific place when I'm playing this game. When I hear the questions, I'm hearing the questions, and I'm not hearing much else of what I'm seeing. So whenever I go back and watch the matches, it's a completely different experience from having played them. I forgot a good amount after the match. I forgot a good amount of the speed round one questions, and I had to be reminded of them, like what was asked of me when I went back and watched the match. So yeah, it's intimidating because he's Dan Merle. But I also knew how I approached every game, and that was just to really make sure I was going back and watching his old matches, just to get in the right headspace, and realizing that he had something to prove in this match, and he was going to go damn near perfect to try and beat me, and that's exactly what happened.
Wow, that's great. I gotta say, okay, you go into your first round. Exactly what you want, a championship level round, nine up, 9 down, bonus points. You go into round 2. And I'm going to ask you a question. I know you want to avoid giving away any, secrets of your things and everything else, but I'm going to try to ask this in a curious way. I've never really seen you avoid something in singles, like on the wheel yet so far, really. Not to give away any weaknesses that you might have. Is there out there, you don't have to name what it is there something on the wheel that you possibly would spin away from instead of just going all in on it?
Well, I have spun away from categories, but it's not because those categories scare me to death. It's really a matter of looking at the wheel and realizing there's a chance to land on something that might just be a little more quantifiable. And, you can only study so much for singles and teams. It's not possible to memorize everything about every category, but when I got Clint Eastwood, I looked at what was on that wheel, and I just thought, look, I know Clint pretty well, his filmography anyway, not on a personal level. I haven't had the pleasure, but I was just like, you know what? I want to do this. It's not, and it wasn't just to because Eastwood can go either way. He can sink some competitors. He's very broad for a single person slice. Mm-hmm. So I knew it wasn't going to be. I probably wouldn't go perfect, and I didn't. But I just felt that it was a worthwhile thing to do based on some of the broader categories that were on there, even broader than him. Mm-hmm. And I didn't put Clint on that wheel. He was just on there. So it was me giving up both of the things I put on there just to get hope that, I had done my work. And I have watched a lot more Clint Eastwood films over the past 2 years than I had, previously. So I was pretty tuned in and ready to go. But what's funny is when Dan spins, I would have gotten Clint anyway. So that was the second spin. And so it made me even happier that I stuck with it on the first spin, just to show like, hey, I'm not running away from this. I'm not running away from this guy. I'm ready for this. Let's go.
I think that's a lot about you for for somebody playing Dan Murrell in a championship match. I said, to choose, not get stuck with, to choose a slice with some 84 film filmography, that's Adam Collins.
I feel like Clint Eastwood is one of the hardest. I think he's definitely one of the top one or two director categories that Schmodown has, just because of the sheer massive filmography, not only as a director but as an actor. It's insane. The other one would probably have to be Spielberg, just because there was a minute there where they were like, "What Spielberg produced movie?" and we were like, "What?"
Yeah.
If we're including producerial credits, suddenly his thing went from 115 movies to 10,000. So it's just like, what? But yeah, so Clint Eastwood is just it's insane, and there's so many smaller movies that people forget that he's been involved with.
It's deceptive.
It's insane. So amazing. Especially coming from a rookie, that's like a veteran. That's like a veteran slice right there. And you took it head on and strove through it.
It was a fun round.
My favorite moment was when he spun Clint Eastwood, and he said, "Well, he's 100 years old." I was like, are you talking about Clint or are you talking about Dan? If you're talking about Dan, damn, that's some cayenne pepper from the coyote, man. I was like, for a moment, he's talking about Clint, and then I realized, he's talking about Clint Eastwood. He's not going full evil yet. But
there was Roca there too. So
I thought it was a Roca reference, honestly.
And then Merle gets young adult adaptations after that. So he goes from the old jokes into the young category.
Oh goodness.
Actually, that was actually surprising for me. The young adult, the second round, that was the second question there where you got to steal from. I always turned the game around necessarily, but it definitely was significant as far as point values go. I thought that was an interestingly worded question in terms of, because it was about Zoe Deutsch and Cupid's Dead and She Wakes Up. Having that multiple choice answer be every day in there, which has a similar plot feel, it could be a very tricky answer. So it's Dan got something in, allowing you to sneak in. Did you know that right away, or were you bet between those two like I was initially?
I knew that if he hadn't checked the multiple choice, I knew that one.
Okay.
I picked up on the fact that YA's been spun a few times this season, and I picked up pretty quick that it wasn't just post-apocalyptic bullshit.
Yeah.
So I started watching and looking at other YA adaptations, and Zoe Deutsch pops up in a lot of them. So Before I Fall was on my radar, so I was just hoping he would miss anything in that round. And I said it previously, and I'm not afraid to divulge this because I did the horror free-for-all, and it's said and done, and it's an established strength. So I did put that on the wheel, and that was a specific idea in mind. I thought it's win-win for me, because if I get it, the questions will be more challenging because PJ wrote them for a strength slice, and it's a championship match, so I got to be prepared. But if I get it, I'll keep it. But if Dan gets it, normally he would keep it, and then he didn't. And so that wasn't a guarantee, but I thought there was more than a 50% chance that he would spin away from it if he got it. And that's exactly what happened. That's what gave him YA. So,
I do think it was actually smart for him to respin, obviously, because he knew he couldn't stick with horror. He knew he was on it already, but he knew that you won the horror exhibition match over in October. So obviously he knew there was a more than a few potential, steals in there, because he's not super confident. He would go to multiple choice multiple times, I take it, honestly. So
Well, who knows? But I'm glad it played out the way it did, because YA is a very tricky slice, and you can't anticipate all the kinds of specifics that are going to come up in there. So it worked out, but putting horror on there was a gamble, because that's normally a strength for him.
Yeah. Walk me through the betting round. What was your thought process about betting 1 point in that?
Wait, before that, should we talk about the Sentinel Park?
Okay, yeah. So
because I'm glad you got that question, because like people would have freaked out if you missed that because of a mispronunciation.
It was. I'm glad you mentioned it. During the match, it felt weird to me, the pronunciation, which is why I asked him to repeat the options. But admittedly, the reason I checked the multiple choice is because I hadn't seen Richard Jewell yet, and I didn't grow up in Georgia, so Centennial Park is not something that's in my immediate vernacular. Mm-hmm. If I had heard Centennial instead of Sentinel, I would have said Centennial. But I remember the trailer, and I remember the S sounding name.
Okay.
And I was on the fence, but I said it the way he said it, because I just didn't want it to be held against me, and I wasn't positive that it was Centennial versus the way he was pronouncing it. So in retrospect, if it had been challenged, I think it would have been a tricky challenge to get upheld, because I was repeating verbatim what Christian said. Right. And I definitely understand why people would do a double take at that. But it's also a highly specific set of circumstances. And Christian, we all love him, but he has a history of mispronouncing things.
It's also like I've heard people pronounce it both ways, like tomato, caramel versus caramel. So, I mean, that's like one of those words that, because it's both pronunciations are so common, I don't think that that's something that should be challenged, honestly. But
no, I'm not saying it should have been challenged. I'm saying if Adam got it wrong because Centennial was pronounced Sentinel instead, and he thought because he can only hear it, right? Like because he thought they meant Sentinel, and he chose something else instead. Like the chat would have freaked out. Like that would have been like a game-changing point too. That's what I was trying to get at. But just repeating what the announcers say is valid, even if it was a mispronunciation to begin with. Like that I don't disagree with.
I wish I just said B as in boy. I wish I'd said that. But in the moment, I was just like, I was really zeroing in on what he said. I'm like, that's just, those options are so weird. Right. Like, and I'm just so I'm glad, if Roka was there, if he had wanted to challenge it, he would have thrown down the gauntlet and screamed about it. But it played out the way it did. Dan is not about petty challenges in that kind of a situation. So I again, I think it would have fallen in my favor. But yeah, watching it play back and seeing people react to it in real time, I grimaced a little bit, because like, damn it, that's not my fault, but obviously it's Centennial. I get it, but it was just so specific,
Yeah. Oh, and real quick before we move along to the next segment of the match, we did get a Streamlab from a certain point of view. What's up? One of my favorites. Thank you for your donation. They say, from POV and the View crew at C2A and the entire Action Army. We love you guys. What a wild years it's been, and great crew tonight, and looking forward to more from this community in 2021. Yes.
Well, the View crew.
Awesome. Yes.
Fans. So. I'm always curious as to what was in your mind when you decided how many points to bet, because I've found more and more as I watch these matches, the betting round seems to have such a big swing compared to some of the other rounds, because that 3 versus -3, it's happened quite a few times now. So what's your thought process going animated 1 point only?
Yeah, well, it was similar against Snyder. I had a lead, and I didn't want to cut off my own feet. Like animated's very broad, and I'm confident. I put in the work with animated to make sure it's not like an issue. I also have a young daughter, which helps.
What's her name?
Emilia with an E.
Cute.
Yeah. But yeah, so like I watched Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs finally. I got around to it. Give me a break. Give me a break, Gen Z who grew up with this shit. Anyway, no, I just wanted to hedge my bets because I was playing Dan. And I didn't expect him to bet the full 3, but he had to be a little bit aggressive. And I knew 1 wouldn't kill me either way. So it was conservative. And if I had gone with what Shannon had recommended to me in code, I would have won the match in regulation. If I just bet 1 more point, I would have won in regulation.
Yeah.
But just like my match with Brendan, I look back on it and it's easy to say when you win in a sudden death match, but I'm glad it ends up playing out the way it did because it ended up being really fun for people who love this game. But yeah, that's what went into it. I was being a little conservative, but so was Dan. If he'd gone 3, he would have beaten me. So that's why it was just so exciting.
And there was like so much. It was kind of funny because there is so much. I don't want to say terror, but there's so much, and at least in my case as a fan, I can't imagine what it must have been like for you as one competing. Just anxiety, just being like, okay, if I do this happens. If I do that, you have to like
the mental calculations,
the calculations, and you're like, and it comes down to such what I feel like is such a baby question. And what Henry Selick,
it was easy.
Animated movie has a Jack and Sally, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, I know. Dan and I felt the same way. We both wish we'd bet 3. He and I both knew it when we were just waiting to see if they said, Jack and Sally or mentioned something about people with button eyes. It was just like, okay, what are you going to say?
Also, another question. It's also another Never for Chris's question because your first match, which was your play-in match, your 5-pointer was who voiced. I think it was your 5-pointer. It was like who voiced Sally in.
Oh, that was James White, actually. That was James White.
Oh,
James White.
Yeah. James White. My bad.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. He didn't get to his 5-pointer until the Brendan match.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
There's a lot of matches, my dude. There was a lot.
You're telling me?
We should say when Christian announced the whole 3 pay-per-views and how many more matches we're doing here, we were both very excited and also very like,
oh no.
Now.
Yeah,
buckle in. It's gonna be a ride.
I think all of August was like 6 Schmodown matches a week, and it was just like
overwhelming.
Yeah, that was a time. But yeah, no, we were both like, he and I both were just like kind of like, okay, it's the Nightmare Before Christmas. Like we'll let him finish answering, saying the question. But like at that point, it was just like, can we finish writing the full damn title in the allotted time?
Yeah.
But yeah, that was one end to it, Paul. I was playing Dan. I couldn't bet 0. But I didn't want to get carried away, and it's amazing the way it played out. Obviously,
I thought in a championship match you can bet 0.
Yeah, well, I meant I didn't personally.
You didn't want to.
I didn't consider it an option. I had to put something on the board, but yeah,
And that's
like
just, I'm sorry.
No, please.
No, I'm just what you're describing. Everything you're describing is just proof that it's not as simple as just being about, if they bet 3, it's because they're obviously amazing at it. And if they bet anything less than that, if they bet 1, it's because they're bad at that category. No, there's a lot more strategy involved.
There is.
It's a clear example of it, where there's so many other factors to take in, like your lead at that point. You have to factor in, like what's your lead? It's not just simply about like whether somebody bets 3 because they're strong at it and they only bet 1 or 0 because they're bad in it. There's so many other factors.
And that is something that I've started to consider, seeing so many different championship matches. When I'm calculating potential points earned, technically I have to deduct those points, even though by strategy, that's why you do it. So I have to come up with some way of like creating some asterisks in there. It's like, yes, he didn't bet all of that, but it's an interesting statistical analysis point.
Frank, I think Frank counts as like how much ever we bet is added to the denominator. So if I bet 2 points, it'll be 2 on and got it, it'll be 2 on the numerator and the denominator. And I
do it a little different, but we'll see.
I mean, statistics is as much an art as it is science. So I don't. There's no one right way to do it, of course.
I think Megs was suddenly trying to say I do it better than Frank, but
I don't want to get into all of that.
This match is being grown, and I'm here for it.
That's just I like to do that.
I have no beef with Frank.
Oh, like stirring the pot? No. What? Speaking of stirring the pot, we did get a super chat just a minute ago from Mr. Austin Cadell. I'm not entirely sure, but please correct.
Yeah.
I don't know the action.
And thank you. And Adam says Wayne's World 1 or 2 for Adam. Chandra, thanks for beating Chance. And Marisol, and thoughts on a faction you'd like to play on if Shannon can't draft you.
Oh God.
That's vicious. Why are you so mean, my dude? I'm gonna leave that here in case you need to reread it.
Why? No.
We'll start with Adam. I think Adam's
That was the easy one.
Take that out of the nest.
Okay. While you have time to kind of think about it, because this is a difficult answer you gotta think of. But starting with you, Adam, Wayne's World 1 or 2, but also is SNL movies a strength?
One of them is. Wayne's World 1, if pressed, but Wayne's World 2 is a severely underrated comedy sequel. It's one of the best comedy sequels ever made, hands down. It's up there with Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. It is just fantastic. The thing I love about Wayne's World 2 is it repeats some of the same jokes, but it does it all in the first 10 minutes. And then after that, it's all fresh humor. They completely change up the formula in Wayne's World 2, and it didn't do well at the box office, which is why there's no Wayne's World 3. But in my opinion, it stood the test of time, and I think it's a legitimately funny movie. But there would be no Wayne's World 2 without Wayne's World 1, and Wayne's World 1 showed that you can kind of build on what was started with Bill and Ted and make it your own thing. And the fact that Wayne and Garth are so different from Bill and Ted, but have a little bit of like an overlap, is why I love Wayne's World so much.
What's the answer?
Wayne's World 1.
Wayne's World 1. It has more clue in it, so put that out there.
But Wayne's World 2 deserves credit. That's my point.
I like Wayne's World 2 quite a bit. I think it's a great movie. So
yeah, Wayne's World 2 is awesome.
Let's say, and Marisol, have you given thought to your answer?
No, man. I'm scared to answer because
we want to let Chandra answer his first.
Oh, they were just thanking me for.
Oh, yes.
So you're welcome. That's all I have. You're welcome, Austin.
I won't tempt fate there. I feel like whatever I say, I'll pay for it. They'll descend on me and abduct me in the middle of the night. Whatever.
She's gonna join the Undertaker's Ministry of Darkness. That's what she's gonna do.
Yeah, maybe you'll find out where Andrew Guy is.
That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna see somebody in that damn mask over my bed. All right. I'm gonna end up in the back of the same van as Guy. All right.
Yeah. I'll just fantasy book. I want to see Marisol in Usual Suspects, so Rachel Cushing can like mentor her. Because
like now,
I feel like
now I kind of want that. No,
So the only thing I would say, and this is separate from where I would want to be, like where I would just want to be. This is aside from like where I'd want to be as a competitor in a faction. Rachel Cushing is her and Kalinowski are two of my favorite competitors who have ever played this game. Speaking as a fan, they're the people that I cared about the most and I followed the most. Like I was invested in the most and inspired me the most. And Rachel Cushing is specifically somebody that I identified with so much. Just as a competitor and just as a person, anything she shared about herself, like where she was coming from, I identified a lot with her. So that would be to humor you there, Chandra, that would be a major fangirl dream. You know, like I already kind of was living the dream, getting drafted on the same place as Kalinowski, and I'm still like I've still got stars in my eyes from just that reality. Like, you know, I still have to kind of pinch myself some days and be like, when I'm on like a stream round, I'm just like, that's my.
You know what's kind of weird to think is by coming in next season, you know, you guys have this like real Cinderella story, you know, in Schmodown, which is amazing. You know, like, you know, being drafted, you know, like towards the end of the draft last year, Marisol, I know you were for the last handful of rounds, and Adam, you weren't drafted until like it feels like the middle of the year, which again feels like a century ago, which was only a few months ago, which is crazy. But it's crazy how starting next year, you guys are not going to be rookies anymore. You guys are going to be like established competitors that you know are going to be like not only fought over, but actively discussed and favored and beloved, you know, within the Schmodown fandom. And that's crazy how much has happened in so little time.
It is crazy. You know, I think, you know, I don't take this for granted. You know, I think that's obvious. I know Marisol doesn't either. And we're just, again, I really want to play in teams with Marisol McKee. I think I've made that pretty clear. But regardless of where we land, we are going to keep doing the work we do. And regardless of whether we're in the teams division or not, I've found a partner in the Schmodown that I has only helped me succeed this season. So I'm really excited for what the future holds, especially once we break free of this virtual realm and get out to Burbank or LA or wherever the hell and do our thing.
Well, it's actually funny you mentioned that to me. For the next question I want to ask you about was the speed round. Obviously, you blew through the speed round. You got all your answers correct and everything else. But as we go back, Christian has made it clear several times that we're not going to have this fast money round and that we are going to be going back to the buzzers, which I honestly prefer myself. I like the idea. It's kind of like I like the whole intimidation factor, the one-on-one, like who can actually beat you to the thing first. But what do you think about going back to the buzzer round? And are you think you could handle that as well as you did the fast money round version?
Yeah, you know, it's a different strategy, but you know, I can only play the match that's right in front of me. So when it comes to the digital format, you know, I prepared for that speed round, and I was pleased. I was pleased with the way it played out. I wish Dan had done a little worse. But you know, I was happy to put up the points, but I also understand that as cool as it is to look at a final score that's knocking on the door of 40 points in a singles match, I know it's because of the speed round. And I put my own amendment on that in my head because a regular speed round is 5 questions and that's it. And you either get them or you don't, or they count against you. You know, I would be more than ready and prepared to do it with buzzers. That's fine. Personally, I prefer the fast money because it does just make it raw trivia. But I am not running the show here. I'm playing the game they give me, and I will play it with buzzers. I will play it in a house. I will play it with a mouse. I don't care.
Anyway, you'll take it.
Marisol, what are your thoughts on that? Since we're here about talking about buzzers and everything else, but Chandra, you first. What about you?
So right now I've played 2 matches with the Lightning fast money style round. So going forward, I'll have the edge on that. Any player I'm playing against, if it's still a fast money round. So hopefully I'm partial to that fast money round. But then the initial plan was before the world happened that I would be playing Kevin Smets in Houston in a live match, and we were still planning for it to be buzzer. So I was well prepared for a buzzer speed round as well. So so it's just another sort of hill to conquer. So I'm like excited to like witness another facet of the game. But gameplay wise, I feel like the 5-rounders nowadays look like a thing of endurance, because the speed round is like actually longer than we were used to, right? Like usually in a championship match, the betting round is 1 question, and it happens like that, and the speed round is like 5 questions, and it's all buzzer. It like and sometimes gets over in a minute, and those two are like very short rounds compared to the rest of them. And this sort of like expands it a bit and makes it more of like a marathon rather than a sprint. So it's I'm happy either way. Like I understand the sports aspect of having a 0-sum game of just 5 points, and you actually it's more entertaining to see someone like buzz in and like take the point away from the other person who also knows the answer, things like that. But from a player point of view, like we want it to be pure. If you want it to be pure trivia, it's fast money. So it's always a compromise between what the players want and what the audience want, and it's at the end of the day, Schmodown is entertainment, and so
logistically there are problems with both in a studio.
In a studio setting, yeah.
Yeah. And even with the buzzers, the way the ones they've used in the past, you've always had to have someone watching the buzzer to see which one lights up first.
Oh, those ones had major issues. So now that they actually light up based on they're like, these are for high tech.
They're actually timed out to where whoever does actually buzz in first is the only one that lights up. Yeah, that's definitely an improvement there.
What about you, Marisol?
Well, I'm channeling them a little bit with that there's not one. Where I feel about it is that there's not firmly one way or the other, especially when you're a competitor thinking about it. Like fast money is more impressive, but the buzzer is more exciting. Like, that there's an element, and I wish I don't have the solution, but like there's a combination. There was some combination of the two, because I completely agree with, I think something had been said before. I think even like Rachel was talking about it on backstage, where it's just like it's frustrating to have that element, to bring in that she was talking specifically about like the athletic element, like a physical element outside of the trivia. And when you're somebody like from the player's point of view, when you're somebody who just invests that much in just the knowledge of it, that is very frustrating. That's something you see that as more like you see that as more trivial, that like it gets like it comes down to whether somebody's reflexes are faster. That's very frustrating. You put a lot of mental energy into your skill set. But at the same time, it is exciting to have that element of that. It is more exciting in the speed round to have that element of that you're taking something away from your competitor. It does add, it's instead of you just playing against yourself, it creates that interactive element of you playing against somebody else. It restores that. So like, like that's, like, what's the answer? Like, I don't have the answer. I wish I'm going to think of it a lot more and try to figure out how there's a way to do both. For now, though, I would firmly, for now, just moving forward, I want to hold on to fast money. Bias towards just like leaning towards the raw knowledge. But that being said, I know that even though I lean towards fast money, it is missing that element, that interactive competitive element of actually being able to, your success comes at the detriment, it's detrimental to your opponent, directly detrimental to your opponent. And that is crucial in keeping the excitement and the momentum and the competitive nature of a trivia match. Otherwise it's just asking otherwise who even needs the other person there? You're just asking one person in a room how much they know.
Great answer. That's a great answer. I wish
that's good.
I think
Oh, sorry. We did go to super chat before we kind of go any further. We did get a few super chats in the meantime. I just want to make sure we get to them before they disappear or anything. But Austin again, he says, "Are you afraid she might hear you?" Lucas, are you afraid I might hear you?
No, I think she's asking Marisol about
Yeah.
Was that- yeah,
It was early.
was
Oh,
that
I thought because I
Chandra or
heard a lot of
Rachel?
the mention of Lucas being like, "Alex, you're yelling."
I think it's both. I think it's both.
And also, real quick, we got to add had a comment about that. I want to get back to that real quick. Let's get ready to talk Showdown podcast. That love Shug, a friend of the show there. In fact, I joined the Let's Get Ready to Talk Showdown podcast really briefly last week. I'm back on season 2 tonight, so it says I'll have it. I'll say it. I think it's supposed to be. I say it again. Marisol is amazing. Colin's the champ, and Chandra is Chandra. Jacob, shout out to CJ for being a great podcast.
Thank you, guys.
I think we have an answer though to the speed round, and actually something Eric actually recommended, which is the speed round should be an answer.
Yes. Every single time. Yes.
And
You do. I can't even do it.
You would have to listen to you, and I'm down for a dance off. Need a title shot, and there it is. Nerd Chronic has spoken. It's a dance off. It's official.
Look, there's a lot of people in the Schmodown with bad knees. There's a few people that they don't want to see our hips swinging around. Like, it would work in the favor. It would be a disproportionate benefit to other competitors. So I know Chandra and Marisol alone could destroy me in a dance off. So I just
not about talent.
I mean, have you ever seen Ben Bateman dance?
I don't want to.
Oh,
No.
I know what's coming. If you can find it.
Oh no!
No.
You erase it for
Why?
Oh, there it is. I have to play that every time I can.
There it is.
Oh, is that the flirt with Klaus's business partner? What was that?
That's a good one.
That was even losing that basically, but I have to make sure he gets its full money's worth every time I can play it. I will. So.
That's glorious. I want that hat.
$10 on Amazon.
No, imagine if like the fast or the speed round was actually a dance off. I think Ben would be the first person to sign up for dance classes. He'd be like, I gotta conquer that part of the game too, man. Like, I need a +5 net in the speed round. I need, like, how
could I?
Yeah.
What I was gonna say real quick is for anyone who's seen Quiz Show, that I think is the best argument for a fast money round in studio. I know it would be a bit of a budget increase to get a soundproof booth for the other competitor, but the optics would be amazing to put Quiz Show style, put the opponent in the soundproof booth with the earmuffs and have them sit there like sweating it out. And that makes like the strategy of going first even better. I know it's more expensive than buzzers, but it would be really cool to watch.
Yeah. Speaking as someone who's been in the waiting room for like 2 matches, like, and Adam has also been in the waiting room for 2 matches. That is entertaining to watch. I'm just like hyperventilating because like you're just sitting, especially if you go first, you don't even know if those answers are correct or wrong. Like, I mean, you're like 80-90% sure because that's why you answered them in the first place. But still,
Good job.
That helped. No, you're right, Jen. Go ahead.
Yeah, you answer. That's why you answered them in the first place. But you're never 100% sure. Like, and most other questions, you like know, you find out right away, and like those, and that'll be like interesting to watch. I definitely agree with that. And like the whole family feud type, like the other person is like just wearing headphones, split screen. That'll make for good TV as well.
I fully agree. Andrew will tell you about that later on.
Yeah, there's a story.
I wish I could see Brendan Meyer's waiting room where he just like, damn it, that what was that movie? The Big Short. Damn it, The Big Short. Damn it, The Big Short. For like 1 minute. He's just like beating himself. Why did I not answer it like before? Like,
imagine Roka just pounding his fist on the glass.
There's some mention in the chat, request to play it again. But you guys, if you guys want to see it played again,
Oh,
You
damn.
gotta send us a
Yeah.
formal request in a super chat or a Streamlabs.
Yeah.
Just putting that
There you
out
go.
there.
Well, you got-
Just saying.
Exactly.
Just putting it out there.
That's
um,
too. I want to watch it again now too. That I mentioned it.
It's so good.
For sure, it's excellent.
Oh, you
Just
guys,
one of the
we're
movies
going
that should have
to a close on everything, and you guys are, like I said kind of earlier, you guys were rookies. You're going into next season not as rookies, so I kind of want to know from you guys a little bit. What advice would you have for incoming rookies that are, that are looking for that manager? There's a lot of people in the chat. I'm sure there's a lot of people sending in those auditions. What do you think they should do to kind of set themselves apart from managers, or see about getting themselves recruited? And I know there's talk about potential minor leagues and all that stuff. So what do you recommend to a lot of these new rookies? And also Chandra as well, being IG. What do you recommend for some potential new IG, rookie babies? So I know some advice.
I'll let the rookies go first.
I don't dismissive there. Am I just trying to?
No, it's just like so the word rookie by itself is condescending, so I cannot help but just.
I know. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, it is, because like I think, and Adam and I are examples of that. Like I know there are a lot of people out there who, just because this is, just because you wouldn't necessarily be new to this doesn't mean you have to assume that mental handicap. People telling that you don't know, you're not ready for this, you don't know, this is what people like to do, especially in that situation, is say like it's. I think some people more use it as a psych out rather than just like giving you the tools to prepare, and they say like, this is a big world, kid, you're not ready for this. These people know things that you don't, and I think that can be true to some extent in terms of just actual matches or actual experience. Like you have to, if you have put in the time and been, I could speak from experience how me and Adam have been, where you have paid attention, paid meticulous attention to what it takes to be successful in this world. And you've put in the time and you've done your homework. The last thing you learn really quickly. It helps you. It suits you very quickly to erase that kind of mental handicap, and at the same time, erase the handicap that other people are telling you that you're not ready for this world yet, but also realize at the same time, while knowing that you are capable, like not overselling yourself. I think realizing that you're going to expand and you're going to grow and be ready for the things that you are going to learn going into this, and only using those as not like a reason to feel like, oh my God, I'm out of my element here, but use that as fuel to make you stronger, which has fueled me. It's been like everything since I came in as a rookie and absorbed around me has only just fired me up. It's been fuel in the tank, and it has given me more confidence every single day I do this and get deeper into it, rather than psych me out further or make me feel like I have a taller mountain to climb in order to be successful. It's that the mountain's getting smaller every single day I'm here, and I think that mentality is really powerful, to know your strengths and capitalize on that. I think it's a lot up here, and that's one of the most important things that rookies, people getting into here, about need to put themselves, the mind space, the headspace they need to put themselves in.
Yeah.
Think like a champion.
Yeah. Look, a lot of us get addicted to the Schmodown because we feel like we can play. I know that's why I got addicted to it. But I wasn't ready to play a few years ago. I had to the Schmodown helped me fall back in love with film as a fan. I got swept up in a lot of the amazing television that's out there, like a lot of people. And, there's just so much to watch nowadays. And what the Schmodown did for me is it brought me back to my roots, and it made me realize, like, yeah, this golden age of television is amazing, and like narrative has no limits, and that's cool. But there's something to be said for making an effective story inside of, 1.5 to 3 hours, and getting back to what film history is all about. And the Schmodown covers all eras of cinema except silent, and we'll get there. We want that silent era slice, Chandra. I know that'll get you into singles.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
but
That's
honestly,
my IG slice.
you need to love movies. You need to really, and if you think you love them because you like the MCU movies, you need to take a second glance. Like, the MCU movies are great, but you need to look beyond that. Like, IG is its own division, and if you're good enough in IG to compete in there, give it a shot. But you've seen what Chandru and Smets and Chance can do. Do you really think you're on that level? And then look at singles and teams. Like, think of the breadth of cinema. Do you have a handful of strengths that you're good at, that if you're lucky, if you spin them every time, you're going to win? Okay, that's great. But the thing is, you really need to cut your teeth in competition. And whether that's the fan leagues that exist now or the minor leagues that we're hearing about, I think being able to be sharp on the mic is great. God knows I wish I could have come in and light the world on fire as an actor, but that's not my strong suit. My strong suit's trivia, and I'm working on the other part. But you really need to play the game to have longevity, in my opinion. And that doesn't mean you need to be an ace in every single category in the game, but you need to play. That's my opinion. You need to play. And it doesn't need to be like a long resume of matches where you're winning every single match, but if you can show that you're competitive. The thing that's interesting about the fan leagues is it's really like the beginning of Creed, where it opens with Adonis in that match in Tijuana, and it's just like, yeah, he won it, and like, are people really keeping track? But it's kind of like an unofficial like circuit where you're really getting your hands dirty. And people are constantly throwing strength categories at you that are highly specific. And yeah, Nerd Chronic, I do. But my point is, the fan leagues are such a good like mixture of so much diversity among film that if you go in and you can hang, it's not that you need to have a perfect record in the fan leagues. I didn't. But if you can go in and show that you're competitive, like Marisol did in the fan leagues as well, I hope that's what the minor leagues become. And I don't think the solution is being a trivia robot, which I've often been accused of being. I am a human being. I do have feelings and a family and thoughts, but trivia is my passion, and I'm trying to channel that the best way I can into the Schmodown and make it entertaining. And I hope to get it to another level next season. And anyone who's auditioning should look for the right marriage of those two concepts, for sure.
Well, I will safely say that I think all three of you have like started one place, and you've all seen the progression to where you're going for that next level as far as trivia, and you're adding an entertaining value as well. It's definitely going to, like, Adam, in a short time, you came from being like you had this very straightforward personality, but you added that dry sarcasm, and it got a little bit more and more. Like, every time you go, I feel a little deeper, just a little more of a nudge. It works so well for me. So I do like that a lot. I think it's a great concept there. So
okay, so yeah, I would say watch the Schmodown a lot. Like, I think even if you're thinking like watching movies would be, would make you a better would make you know better, more trivia, like watching the Schmodown is the best way to like prepare for the Schmodown. And if you want to be part of it, like, I'm pretty sure they're already like fans of it, and think about what got them hooked in the first place, and what they can bring to the Schmodown as well. And closely watch competitors who lost their first match and still got another match. Meaning that way you don't have to just, first of all, you're taking the pressure off of just winning a match, which meaning like that's not winning your first match shouldn't have to be your ticket to staying in the Schmodown. Staying in the Schmodown. So think about like leaving a mark, even if you lose, because that takes the pressure. First of all, that takes the pressure off of you, and second of all, if you win, that means you've already like sort of have a narrative around you, or like piqued some interest around you that that people want to either what to continue seeing. Also look at people like Brendan Meyer, Video Drew, exactly. David Moore, Warfather, so many.
Rachel Silvestrini.
Exactly, Rachel Silvestrini, the movie guys. Like, I can go on. Like every one of them, even though they lost, they have first of all showed they know what they're talking about, and second of all had something interesting to bring to the table as well. So work on that part as well, and and Schmodown is as much entertainment as it is trivia. So that part, and regardless of which faction you get drafted in, reach out to everyone. That's something I also feel guilty about this season. I haven't reached out to rookies, especially in the other faction, to make sure they felt welcoming. I was still competitive about all of this because and of course their factions managers would also be very protective of their own faction and clan too, right? This is the first time I'm talking to both Marisol and Adam, and they're I'm regretting not having a chat with them earlier and sharing experiences. But both of these are really cool people, even though we disagree on certain things, and that's a sort of studio backstage, getting a drink at the bar later, that we miss out on, and at the end of the day, entertainment, trivia, and the third most important part of it is it's a bigger community. So don't just stick with your faction. Reach out. Every one of us is happy to share. Even though sometimes we get on our lawn chair saying, "Oh my God, these rookies I have no idea they're so much worse than our batch," or whatever. We would still be happy to be as supportive as we can. Even though we're competing against you. That's the other part of it. But other than that, it's also it's supposed to be fun. So think of how you'll be having fun on screen while answering trivia.
Great answer. I like that. Well, we just want to finish up the Adam Collins and Dan Murrell masterpiece of a match. We do want to go off on. I want to do that real quick. We did that in the break round 3, but so round 3 happens. You don't hit your 5, and then you're facing sudden death. What were your feelings going into sudden death? Do you like sudden death? Are you happy with that concept, or is it?
Yeah, because the 5-pointer, it's really cool to win on a tough 5-pointer. There's no denying that. I would have loved to have known Safe. I would have loved to have remembered that movie. God knows I'm going to watch it now and talk about how exciting it was that Chris Sarandon, who played Prince Humperdinck, starred in a movie with Jason Statham. But anyway,
nice.
Seriously, Chris Sarandon, my 3 favorite movies of his are Princess Bride, Child's Play, and Fright Night. So it's Dog Day Afternoon as well as a good performance of his. But anyway, I'm just Chris Sarandon. What the hell?
And can't forget Nightmare. He was a Nightmare Before Christmas. Oh.
Yeah.
Jack. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was the voice. He was the speaking voice. Danny Elfman was the singing. But no, I look. I took a swing on Bank Job. I burned up the repeats, not only to see if I could get closer to a more accurate guess of the Jason Statham question, but also to prepare myself mentally for sudden death. So by the time I got to the end of that, I was fully mentally prepared to go into sudden death.
Okay.
Video Drew staying up late. But sudden death, I was excited about that because that meant it was just going to come down to a free-for-all style win.
Mm-hmm.
And between me and Dan, that was exciting because it wasn't about some obscure 5-pointer. It was about raw trivia. And I was thrilled about it.
And he gives that answer. He gives his answer to the question. I don't remember the answer. I think he said James L. Brooks.
The third question.
As soon as he says that, and you have Rob Ryder, How are you like not jumping out of your seat before answering that question?
I knew
Oh,
it was
finally.
Rob Reiner. I'd expected him to get that, but James L. Brooks is a very advisable guess if you don't know for sure it's Rob Reiner. Not many
Sounds like
people
him.
go back to the bucket list. They just don't. But when he flipped it over, yeah, I knew. But I was just waiting until Christian said the thing, and you saw I threw my whiteboard across the room, and I just tried to compose myself and make sure I didn't get too misty in the moment.
Would it have been too much to ask for a Wild Man and Makuga-esque shirt ripping moment for you, Adam?
Oh my God.
Was that in the car?
My
Like,
mind would be blown.
prove all those bot believers wrong. you know?
I'm saving that.
I think that would have been on brand with the Wild Coyote.
I'm saving that for a live event and at least 6 months to work off my quarantine body. Give me a chance.
Well, we are wrap up the rest of the event, but we do have another special guest who just has popped on, and I want to welcome onto the stream. You guys know him, you love him, Yodi for Chronic, Nerd Chronic himself.
Hey,
Eric, good to see you again, man.
yeah. I ran into these two last night at the call. Let's talk ReAction Showdown podcast.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good to see you again, man.
Good to see you guys.
Honorary
Congratulations.
Thank you. Honorary corruption member, Eric.
It's true, and also
Good job.
also here, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I think someone commented that I was like, even though I was no longer in the faction, I was secretly rooting for you guys during the whole event, and I think I really was. It was nice seeing Shannon go from from drafting me to go on to struggle in the beginning of the season, then make it all the way to the end and win the whole faction championship, and Adam, you winning the whole belts and everything. It was really great. It's a great story, especially going to next year. It's going to give me plenty of material to work with.
The fact that you can stare at this for countless hours and still say these things is very, very nice.
No, but you, Eric, you always even what you talking about just right there, nobody does it better. You're so good at constructing a narrative, capturing the heart of even just give you 3 minutes, even leading all the matches in the spectacular, but even in particular, with Adam leading up to the Dan and Adam match, you understand it. You're so excellent. You're so exemplary at creating that narrative and getting to the heart of why we give a shit, why we care, and what these people who are not just are more than just people answering trivia. They've gone on these journeys, these emotional journeys, and you always capture that so well, so perfectly. And I think everybody could agree here that shit gets us emotional.
Thank you.
I think it's pretty on point that Yodi, it's I almost said Yodi for Chronic. Yes, but Eric, you were one of the best additions to Schmodown we've ever had in recent years. I think that's pretty unanimous, and I think Robert kind of put it best. Yodi motherfucking Chronics. So.
Yeah.
I mean, you converted my husband to be a Schmodown fan because of one of your promos. He was literally walking by the living room and he's like, "What's that?" It was the match. It was a promo for Kalinowski versus Mets, and he's like, "Oh, I guess I'll watch this match." and before that, he was like, "Nah, that's movie nerd shit," But that's that promo by itself, because I'm tearing up. I'm like, they both work so hard, and he's like, "Okay, I'll watch this with you." And then he actually sits down, and at that point, I just booked my ticket for the live event in New York, and he's like, "Well, you're going to New York for that event, right?" And he was like, "Yeah, I guess I'll go with you."
And the rest is history.
Yeah.
So it literally came from that one promo. That's where it came down to.
Yeah.
So.
And now he's Ben Bateman's best friend.
He is better.
True. It's weird. The amount of love they have for each other. It's I'm almost jealous.
Yeah. When I was when the Star Wars tournament started, the first match was a play match between Josh Cavedo and Ace, and that promo was it's a little loose. It's not as epic and stuff, not as crazy. But then when we got to Ace and Ken Knapsack, that had to be like a little more
yeah.
serious. And I was watching those tournament debuts with my roommates and my cousin who lives with me. And when he saw the Knapsack and Ace promo, he was like, "Is there something like special about this?" Like he finally like that's like a good indicator to me that something is clicking with someone. That this is supposed to be like something like a little more grandiose than just like people sitting and answering movie trivia.
Got it.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, it's funny. I went back and started. We were having a project we were doing. We were watching the Schmodown from way back now, and it's amazing, like the difference between. And this is not a knock against whoever the people who were doing promos before. I mean, I'm not gonna knock anybody because it's a hard job to do, but the level that the Schmodown took when you took over and started thing was so like obvious and knowledgeable. And I mean, this dude puts in the work. I still remember my favorite. I think Nerdchronic story was when you were at Spectacular doing stuff like you actually were mixing promos like as the thing was going on, and by the end of the day, they were promos from stuff that happened earlier in the night. And then not only that, the Smash-a-thon, like we had the big Kevin Smith Smash-a-thon Smash Cancer. We had that impromptu match between John Roca and Mark Ellis, and we have a promo because they're actually like, and it's like so great they come up with this thing. So I gotta say, I salute. So definitely, man, it's very impressive.
I kind of had to put the money where their mouth is because I know when Roca challenged Ellis, I'm pretty sure he didn't think it was going to happen. So I was like, all right, if he's going to go all in, I'll go all in too. I'll make sure it happens.
Look, the fact that Eric's been able to like edit these promos, like the one he did for me and Jeff specifically, blew my mind. I was like, how did he make like my? Yeah, well, I the bleeps are genius, but like I remember watching that promo and being in awe. I'm like, how did he make me look so cool with my janky ass webcam?
I was gonna say the exact same thing. You make us look so cool with like I don't even see those angles from like I watched the entire match, but like you pick the best moments for the best times, and like it's just magic. Sometimes if I want to hype myself up, I just like watch. This is way too narcissistic. I just watch the promo for me against Mets match just to like feel larger than life, because that's what he makes all of us feel.
Yeah, and I was really happy to get. I mean, Adam, like it's a struggle to get like I think anyone to look cool like in this era with like people sitting in front of their webcam. It's like I said it last night on the other podcast. It's like I'm by the end of this whole thing, I was like pulling my hair out because I really want to get back into the studio and get like back to getting like the like really cool footage and like B-roll of everyone and like just use that stuff because like it helps me so much, and like I really like miss having those tools to work with. But luckily like everyone. By the end of the tournaments, I think kind of got like into a vibe of like where we're at and like how this like supposed to like how this looks. Chandra, especially you, like your dancing helps me out a lot. I get to just like the physicality of it like helps me like move through like the pacing of it. So it works out a lot. And I think your match in particular, like the promo for that, I was like most proud of because
I loved it. Yeah, that was my favorite.
You being the champion in the fashion that you are with swag. Obviously, I called for a different tone than like the usual like like orchestral music or the rock music, and I wanted to make sure like I paid homage to that, and I was happy to do that because I think that's the first like just straight like hip hop track I used for for a promo, let alone a championship match. I was really like happy that it worked out.
We do have another guest about to join us. I do want
one. Good Lord! It's not Saul, is it?
It was going to be a busy night.
It is a busy night.
That was my favorite thing. One of my favorite things about Spectacular. Jericho's Cafe in the
It's so great.
It was good.
All right. Welcoming on one more guest. We actually talked a little bit about him earlier. Had a little bit of a back and forth between Adam Marisol versus Chandra. Drip, drip.
Oh,
someone was talking shit. Who was talking shit? I almost initially commented, "Look at all this melanated goodness," and now that I know someone was running their mouth, I just need the Chandra. Do we need to have a talk, sir? Like,
no. It was basically a 2 versus 1 against who was the manager of the year. It was a handicap match, but I feel like I handled myself for 2 people.
You've handled shit all season. Okay, the only person on your level that handled shit is holding the singles belt. That's it. You two just rolled through the entire competition. And Marisol, I already see it in her eyes. She about to everybody up. She's about to go straight Harvey Dent Two-Face on a motherfucker.
Oh, can we curse?
Oh, you can curse Richard Starman this one.
Oh, I didn't even ask. My bad.
Oh, don't worry about it. This is not the scrolled out itself. This is a Jason. We can curse all the fucking time.
Yeah, Winston, you got really good at that over the season. Like you got really good at holding in your curse words. Like I think there was one per match early on. I just like bleep you out for something.
I think that's the only reason Christian gave me the IG show is like, I'm gonna need you to learn to stop swearing. So I'm gonna give you an entire 2 hours every week to learn not to swear.
I'll get them all out there.
Something I gotta know real quickly is that when at the beginning of the year, because I know Shannon has been vocal about it as well, is that at the very beginning of the year, Christian, that you even mentioned at the award show, if managers or competitors curse like during a stream, that's a potential JTE that could be taken away from the competitors in some match. So are you kind of like low key being like, oh, thank heavens, like you can't now.
I was very tempted once we had already beaten Chance to just be like, that's right, motherfucker, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, sons of bitches, and then be like, what you gonna do? The match over. You ain't gonna take no motherfucker. But no, it's something that I actively just try and think about, especially because I think the hardest part about doing Whole 30 was that I wasn't allowed to drink, and that actually became my good luck charm. Not that I would get wasted, but I would just have like a nice whiskey to sip on. The problem with that in the high stakes matches is then it becomes exceedingly harder to try and censor myself. I'm like, oh, y'all motherfuckers lucky than a motherfucker, you know. So, but it's no, I that's the thing. Like there is a different side of my brain that's like SCN Live versus like there's two different like meters there. So no, it's not.
I do want to say something about the chat about Roxy when she was like going off in the Odd Couple match and just like cursing up a storm. I don't think she was actually cursing. I think she was making a joke. I think she was saying like another word. But the thing was, when we were recording it, the audio was like a little choppy, so it just sounded like she was cursing. So like I just had to cut her out anyways. I think she was just joking. I think she was doing a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Was she saying that?
Doing a bit?
Yeah. She's really good with the frickins.
Yeah.
I think it's the Boston. It's the Boston girl in her. You know.
It's also like tough to play a villain when you're not allowed to curse, especially because it's around the past seasons. People just like curse up a storm and like that's the bad guy, right? Like it just like instantly you can just like turn the audience against you like that, and that's another thing to like keep in mind as well. But like but yeah, Winston, one of my favorite parts was like after Ace won the whole finals thing, and you were just like, I want to curse so bad.
Bro, look, that's the thing. I'm from the South. I'm West Indian. I'm black. Like, that's a lot of pent up passion, son. That's a lot of pent up passion. I mean, and I'll tell you, like, Adam, like, congratulations on that win. I won't lie.
Thank you.
I definitely was swearing up a storm when I saw the match because I was like, are you fucking kidding me? What? I fucked up free agency one time and it cost me fucking everything. Are you kidding me?
Hey, like I'm sorry I ended up burning over 30 points for my faction. What can I say?
Wow, sir. Wow. So what you're saying is corruption didn't win, you won, is essentially what you're saying at that
That's less than half the points, so no, I didn't.
Bro, that's correction. Correction, you're right. Correction. It is less than half. It's still like 47 fucking percent. Like, come on now, bro. Congratulations to y'all, man.
Thank
You guys earned it across the board. You guys and gals were kicking ass all the whole way through. Around Star Wars. Around Star Wars when Laura showed up, and then from that point forward, then the boys went and got their titles.
Yeah.
then you two got introduced, and then you guys were on a roll from there. So, major congrats on that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough season, but I mean, really, that Star Wars tournament, like, I think couldn't have gone any better in terms of kicking off like this digital era. One, the fact that it was live. I mean, Winston and Chandra, everyone can attest. Like, there's a few hiccups once in a while when we tape, but like the fact that the live matches to start out with like went so well before you even like try like doing digital stuff.
Exactly.
Miraculous.
We were like, oh, it doesn't matter. First league match that's going to be digital. We'll just like have it on Twitch, and somehow it just like worked perfectly.
Yeah. So many things could have gone wrong. Thankfully, it didn't.
Yeah.
Well, one of my favorite parts of the whole spectacular was Winston's excitement throughout it. I gotta admit, specifically, I want to talk about Winston. How happy were you about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle question?
I mean, I genuinely, and I was talking about this earlier. I flipped a chair when they asked it. I was like, "How the fuck is that a 5-pointer? Like, how dare you?" And I was literally, I had PJ on speed dial. I know he was on the other. I was like, "Bro, I will come to your place and I will fight you." Like, how? And then Chance was like, JT, and I was like, "God damn it, he's doing that stupid shit again where he pretends like he doesn't know what it is." And then he genuinely was like, "I don't know, kick ass," and I was like, that's literally why when I did get put on screen, I was like, Ninja Turtles, right? Because I was like, how? But I think that's the whole thing. I've seen that movie 100 times. I've seen 3 of those movies 100 times, and I'm not exaggerating. Like, you know how kids will play a VHS till the tape just comes out? I broke 2 copies of the first Ninja Turtles movie doing that. So like as soon as he said, "Good thing these guys aren't lumberjacks," I finished the quote before he actually said the question, and I got very upset. I was like, that's not fair. But you have to remember, and this is the thing that I try and tell fans all the time when they want to get up PJ's ass or the writing team's ass, it's all subjective. It is all subjective. And so like what to me seems like not even a 1-point question is a 20-point question to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And it's been proven left and right this season. Like even Alex said about Ace's Laura 5-pointer. I didn't know that. He's like, I know a lot of shit. I didn't know that. You know what I mean? So it just, I think it just purely depends. And I think that that's where everybody needs to give the writing staff a break. Because I actually thought the science oven question was a fair 2-pointer. It was such a big deal in the affair that was going on in American Hustle. I was like, yeah, that okay, that makes sense. But it's completely.
We were mentioning before, it's like it's not a simple case of like 2-pointer, 3-pointer. There's still even levels of 2-pointers. It's a fair 2-pointer. Was that maybe on the harder side of the 2-pointer? Yeah. Absolutely. But we also, like I said before, 2 weeks. Dan, PJ Campbell, we're friends with PJ Campbell. We love him. They did a hell of a job. I pointed out many more positive like attributes to questions from the spectacular that I ever pointed out anything like negative about it per se. They're just well-written questions. So
Andres, my buddy Andres Gallego, Adam, my buddy, he was watching with me, and he when that 5-pointer came up for Chance, he's like oof. So he's like, I don't want to kick Chance when he's down, but that's retribution for Chance saying that Ninja Turtles is a trash IG movie.
I didn't know it said that.
It was talking about the 2014 film. Come on.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's got to be, right?
I think so, hopefully, but no, it was very funny. And then also coincidentally, my sister was watching the match too, and like literally like a second before that question came up, she like typed in the chat, she's like, "Where are all the Ninja Turtle questions?"
I saw that. I actually saw that. We were watching it on Saturday, or I guess yesterday. Jesus, it was yesterday.
Yeah,
all day.
9 hours, man. Wow, that was again. Major shout out to you, Eric. Like that's insane, dude.
Oh, thanks.
Absolutely insane. But I literally saw that and I was like, that's hilarious that someone said, "Where are the Ninja Turtle questions?" Right.
Yeah. Winston, I was telling them earlier, I felt that was the IG equivalent of "knock your punk ass down" from Men in Black, which is also could have been an IG question, but I just like, that's like, you either love the movie and have watched it repeatedly and you know it, or it's just off the radar, and that happens to all of us.
Yeah, this is movies. This is everything we love. That's what's gonna happen. That should happen. We all fucking love movies. There should be those that make us flip chairs. That should happen, or else if that doesn't happen, then you guys shouldn't be watching this. Like you shouldn't be here. You know?
Oh, Winston, I'm going to be heading out here in a few minutes, but I got to ask you a question before I head out. Make like a baby. How does the baby exit?
Head out.
Head
out. No,
Gotcha.
how does the baby?
Look, baby, I was
Like
feet
a baby
first.
and head out?
Okay.
No?
Okay. All right.
Okay. Okay. I was like, wait, what? Is that the question?
Okay.
Maybe that's exclusively a thing that we say here in St. Louis. I'm not sure. But my question is, did you have a general response of Mark Ellis's fan theory over the Ninja Turtles that he made not too long ago? Electricity went out, and he was like, my theory is that guys are like low-key bank robbers, because can they do that? And
operations.
how do they finance whole operations? They're bank robbers.
Yo, I don't know who's behind the Schmominati, but I'm definitely the head of the Turtle Minati, and I definitely cut his power off because I was going to let him slander our like wonderful organization. So that's what happened. So,
Yeah.
What I'm most concerned about with the Ninja Turtles is they don't tip. That's what's frustrating.
All right.
Good point.
The pizza guy was late.
The pizza. Yeah.
Pizza guy was late. You don't pay for late pizza.
Did y'all not know Michelangelo is actually the original Karen? That's what I didn't know about. You know? You were late 90 seconds. Well, hey,
He's worse than Mr. Pink in Reservoir.
Oh my god!
Now all of a
I
sudden,
actually understood that reference.
Winston, were you more of a Ninja Turtles 1 or Ninja Turtles Secret of the Ooze fan?
Okay, so the older I get, one is definitely better. But as a kid, it was Secret of the Ooze, both because as most kids, like, you know, if you have a young hero that you can relate to, and seeing Kino, like that was a big one. Vanilla Ice's Ninja Rap was fire. Like, I mean, there was just a lot to
Super
love.
Shredder.
Oh, of course, Kevin Nash rolling through. Like, there was so much to love about that second one as a kid. So I feel like, and the opening scene where Mikey uses like sausages, and Donatello pretends to be like the fake little clown and shit.
Just bouncing around.
Like it was, man. Secret of the Ooze was my shit. But as I get older, one is like an actually good movie. The second two are not good movies, but I still love them. What
Is that Drew?
Sorry, that is my cousin.
Disagree.
We all agree.
He's watching Ninja Turtles right now.
2022 World Cup started early.
The chat, which I think is a little blasphemous, just bringing it back to Schmodown a little bit. Jedi McPimp says, "Oh man,
enough."
We're gonna make Adam's gonna fully snap here if we keep this going.
Winston is breaking up two wonderful teams, and how dare you?
No. I will not stand for that.
Marisol, I noticed you got some swag, girl. I'm just saying. You got a little bit of swag, though.
No, don't dare pick up my beautiful teams.
Coyote is gonna come and take somebody out at this point.
Like I said, I just finished your match, Adam, and look, I'll go get a rabies shot. All right, that's all.
I will say, you know, this is a little bit inside information, I guess, but like, you know, the dungeon's looking at people, and then Drew mentioned to me, he's like, you know, what do you think about Marisol? Marisol might be good. Like, and then, but today, like we were talking about it again after the event last night, he's like, never mind. Like, I don't want Shannon coming after me.
Look,
at this point.
Look, if that's where my devious little brain ultimately goes, I'll tell you this much: it's that like Shannon started this shit. Okay, I literally was just trying to have a good time, have the wild berries. We would drink during matches. It was gonna be lovely. And then she's like, "Whatever, I'm the queen of corruption." And I was like, "So this is what you're doing? You just making an enemy up top. That's just how we gonna do this, huh? Okay, cool." And that's what it became me and Shannon headbutting each other for the course of a year. He just happened to knock me out.
All year long. Oh goodness.
And we have the one up over corruption, right? Like we're 5-4 against corruption.
We have the head to head, and we also took the most knockouts of the season. But we
you guys are going to end the season on a very similar situation. You both have champions on your team. You both succeeded. You both went into spectacular with 2 big matches. Obviously, both win one, both lose one. So I would. But thing is, one did win the whole faction thing, points overall. So I'm not saying one is clearly a better manager than the other or anything, but one has just more points under their belt.
He did it from the start all the way to the finish. She had to wait till the summer. She literally had to go and find Thanos. She had to find Thanos.
You know what? Like you said earlier, you would love to. You said that this random Thanos guy almost screwed up your season a little bit. So
yeah, no, we don't go down without a fight. And so we went in there guns blazing, and think about how so many different things. By that much, everything's different. Like literally the fact that I think about how Paul lost to Snyder. One word. He missed the gang by 1 word. That's a different scenario. Now all of a sudden there's more points on that scale. The fact that we lost the odd couple match, purely again, you want to talk about subjectivity. Lon knew that movie because he was like, I had a personal connection to it, so we instantly got it. But then the same thing happened with Jericho. So it was another Tank Girl moment, but this time against us, So like that, but that's the thing. That's how games work. It's a matter of like inches. You know what I mean? Everybody on both these factions are playing at an insane level, and so it's a game of inches. Because like Adam, I'm sure could tell you too. He had 2 sudden death matches that like I'm sure he could handle it. He clearly did. But I'm sure there was a moment that you were thinking, like, God damn, if I just, Lord, it is a game of inches. And so it just so happens that, like, that's all it takes is you don't convert on 4th down and then you lose a game. And that's what happened. And I tip my hat to corruption because y'all handled your business. When you needed to convert, you did. So
it was a great rivalry too. And I think it'll continue the next season beautifully. It's as the heel faction, the thing I like about corruption this season is we had a little bit of a vibe with like early Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in the WWF when before he became the People's Champion or whatever. I feel like we won some people over despite themselves this season, and that felt like a really big victory in and of itself.
Yeah. And one of my favorite promos I did this year was the match between Adam and Liz, because like it was like the last bout in the singles tournament, and like that I was able to use like the 2 shots of you and Shannon boxing.
Yeah, it was there in like my match against Chance's promo as well. Yeah, boxing was there. So that's like some of my favorite moments.
Yeah, it matched very well.
I think it's just amazing that for this first year of us having true factions, it has been as dynamic and as exciting as it is and as it was, and just a testament to all the managers and all the talent that we have inside of this league that just elevates things every year. And with every new addition, it just brings a new level of excitement. And it's hats off to everybody who puts things together and comes up with these ideas and puts in the work that it takes to make it something that we as reactors love to break down.
Yeah. And imagine what it's going to be like now when you have a year under your belt of this faction system and you start making transition at a live event energy and everything else. It's going to go skyrocket.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 1,000%. I think that one of the things that there was a lot of like guess and check work on top of the fact that we had to deal with. I mean, the whole world dealt with.
Oh,
COVID.
yeah.
Like imagine starting a new business. I know the Schmodown's been around, but imagine starting a new business and then a pandemic hits. That's kind of what this season was.
Yeah, the managers especially.
Yeah. Well, because like I do give Gucci a little bit of credit in that I hear what he's saying about he is a vibe person.
Yeah.
It is if any of you have met Gucci, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You get in his aura and you're like, Jesus Christ, this guy.
It's the smell of those clove cigarettes, right, Winston?
Yeah. But at the same, like, so I do feel bad for him, but at the same time I don't. You kind of started on third base and want to pretend like you hit a home run, so like you gotta put up or shut up, bro. Like evolve or die, and that's essentially what happened. Is that myself, Shannon, I would even give Roxy by the end of the season. It took her some time, but by the end of the season, figured out how to do that.
Yeah.
Koi made a dent too.
Koi did too. Excuse me for forgetting him. Like it is what it is, man. So
yeah, it's I know Christian had big plans, this year for live events, and like it's a shame that like a lot that got shot, in the foot when all this stuff happened. But I was again telling this last night is that like the silver lining in it, though, I think for next year, or hopefully next year, if we can get back to live events, is that it's kind of like we stockpiled now this year, like a bunch of like new talent. So like when we get back to live events, it's gonna be such a fun time because everyone's gonna have like a huge slew of like new fan favorites to get to go meet. They're gonna get to meet Marisol, Adam, Ace, Chandra, like everyone. Chandra's been around, sorry, but all the new people, all the new faces that they now have learned to love over digital. They're going to get to meet them in person once we're back, to normal, and it's going to be like such a fun experience.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
But yeah,
sitting over here in a room by myself when I want to just meet, I'm so hungry to meet and experience and vibe and banter and play, just dance with all these people. I'm not the most outgoing person in the world. I think I can be actually rather shy. And
oh, I remember.
and certainly sitting behind a computer screen trying to get to know a plethora of strangers doesn't help any of that. And then to be expected to like put on a show all of a sudden with like people you just met literally like 4 minutes ago, I'm just like, sure, that has been a challenge. That has been a whole nother challenge in and of itself. But it just makes me like that much more excited when I could just cut loose and vibe, like feed off that energy and that amazing environment that I know, that I've seen, that I've watched for years, that is created when you're in the thick of it, when you guys are in the trenches experiencing and laughing and enjoying and feeding off of each other's energy in studio. And I am so stoked for that. I crave that.
And that's just it. Marisol and I are not at a disadvantage when we go live. We're being released into the wild. Let it happen.
Nice.
All right. That's a strong statement, boy. Like, you with 500 screaming fans, all of a sudden, I heard canines, like, they got, like, real sensitive ears, bruh. So,
you compete in the state spelling bee when you were in the 5th grade, sir? No, I don't think so.
No, but I did introduce James Earl Jones to a convention of a few thousand people. So
I know you're an actor and stuff. I get it.
Winston, with that blindfold, 500 doesn't mean anything to me. All right.
Stop.
Justice is blind, but
you should. You apparently want to stay here with corruption. You should stop pitching yourself to me. That's not a good look.
Yeah. Justice is blind, but Winston can bring sight to the blind justice. If you know what I mean.
Wow. Okay.
He can open up some eyes of Lady Justice.
Oh, Marisol, let them have it. The season's over.
I gotta have something. Y'all just gonna ruin my birthday? No. You gonna get jokes, and I'm gonna put the fear of Jesus in you. I may not actually do it, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you think about it for a while, like, oh Lord.
Sorry guys. Drew wants to show you that what she made for me. Congratulations, like steak, mashed potatoes dinner.
Wow.
That's a congratulations for like end of the season.
Well deserved, sir. Well deserved.
Steak I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful, beautiful piece.
She says she deserves it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I am going to head out. It is almost 1 a.m. for me, so I'm going to head out.
Take care, Alex. Always.
See ya.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you again soon, live, virtual, whatever it may be. Love you guys.
Thanks for having me.
With the chat.
So
Catch you
listen,
later.
Sorry, Paul, real quick. I'm also going to sign off so I can go eat this delicious steak.
Of course.
I do want to say
Don't let it
congratulations again to
get cold.
Adam, Chandra, everyone for a great season. It was like a crazy season, and I really appreciate that you guys made it so fun, especially since I started it in January with the trajectory that I might edit and compete, and then I didn't. So like being just the editor for the season was a really unique experience, and so I was like very excited to get to do it. But then when the digital stuff happened, like it like flipped everything, and I was kind of on my heels for the remainder of the year. But you guys like definitely made it fun and made it like worthwhile, and I'm really happy to be a part of this whole thing and to end the season saying that I now have like a bunch of new toys to play with you guys next year, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Awesome,
Thank
man.
you, Aaron.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, man, we've all heard good things about how you'd play. I hope someone can help you share the load next season or soon so you get your chance, because it sounds like you deserve it.
Yeah, that'd be very nice. Yeah. Thank you guys.
Eric, do you want to put anything out there? Where people can find you, all that stuff? Promoting it?
You can find me at Nerdchronic across all social media. I do the Video Chronic Pop Culture Quiz with my friend Video Drew every Monday and Thursday. Tomorrow I'm going to be competing in a quiz, short-term 12 quiz. And then on Thursday we have Hector Navarro coming in for a Fast and Furious franchise quiz.
Nice.
So it's going to be a fun week.
And I got to thank you one more time from C2A. You actually put us in the Flirt and Flouse promo.
Oh, yeah.
So I was very good to see that was Ken and Danny and Kelsey. So thank you very much.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
All right, Winston, I have you here. I do have to ask you a question, Winston. We were talking about earlier, obviously, the Spectacular, and now the Spectacular is over. Do you have your plans in place for what's next to the draft day? I mean, you don't have to reveal anything, but are you set in your plans at this point?
Yes and no. I made it very clear to all players that have been like hitting up or that I've been interested in or anything that like I wasn't going to even consider talking to anybody until we got through Spectacular, because I'm that person where like I checked in with some people, but I didn't talk to anybody because I was like, I'm that person that until I'm done doing what I'm doing, I don't want to split my attention. All of my attention, all of my effort was going into making sure that Chandra was good to go, that that Ace was good to go, that the time when this kind of started, making sure that the final exam boys were good for their final. And so now that we're all done, I have started talking to people and I have ideas of what I want to do and how I want to approach next year. And God, man, I went from the number one pick in the draft, 7th pick in the draft, and we pulled this off. So God help everybody now when I have an off season to make a solid trio and then fuck shit up in the draft. You know what I mean? So like I'm very, very excited about what this means going forward. Because now before everybody's like, oh, Winston's a cool dude, I don't know how he's going to be as a manager. Now I have some clout and it's helping with some of these talks. So there's a lot of really powerful players out there, and who knows how they want to, like, what they ultimately want to do and everything like that. But like they, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Excited to see.
Yeah.
We were breaking down the Spectacular. There's one last thing we actually did to get a chance to talk to you about the Spectacular before everybody came on, and I'm curious about now because this is a Action Army podcast, as you know. Talk about the cut scenes and everything else. Can we talk about what's going on with Andrew Guy and what happened at the end there and that creepy ass ending?
Whew. Talk about horror movies.
That ending warmed my heart. Yeah, I thought it was in keeping with the season. It was a lovely way to round out the show. I think Andrew Guy needed help even before we saw that cutscene. And I think he got what was coming to him after that Lethal Weapons match. So I'll leave it at that.
I mean, what did I think happened? You would have been damn sure that myself, Chance, Janine, Jay, if he was around, we all know better than to go fuck with the Illuminati. You think we gonna fuck with the Illuminati? I could have told his ass to sit down and just be quiet. Like they tried to take out Dave Chappelle, they tried to take out Martin Lawrence. Like they fuck everything. Like don't do this. Like I could have told you that this is not a problem that you want, but like,
I was gonna say something similar. I'm like worried. There was only 2 South Asian brothers in the whole Schmodown, and they took one of them. I'm like, is this a brown version of Get Out? Am I next? I don't know.
don't worry, bro. I'll keep a camera flash on deck just in case, man.
Oh wow. Well, I think we should start wrapping up a little bit. I get some final thoughts. So we to get a chance. Like, what besides, what was your favorite moments? Some of your favorite moments from the spectacular. Obviously, Chandra defending. What were your highlights?
Chandra defending for sure. It's funny. I've gotten a number of random DMs of being like, why did you make that challenge with Ace? And I was just laughing. I was like, yo, win or lose that challenge, like, let's be real. That's a 6-point swing. So you have to make that challenge, period. Because if you can stop that, then it actually becomes a 3-point. You literally flip that the other way. And now Ace gets 3 and either they're going to give Ace the 3 points and it's null and void.
Right.
Or they give it to Ace and then they take it away from Alex, which wouldn't have made sense in my opinion. But if you had done that, then that's 6 points in our favor. Or they just throw the question out and we go again. Like you have to shoot that shot. So the number of people that still at this day and age are questioning my judgment, I'm like, okay. So that was fun. Seeing Jericho get so emotional was big for me. I was a little upset with how the Odd Couple gave up before the match was. I know they still answered all of their round 5 questions, but that attitude to me rubbed me the wrong way. So to see that come out of Jericho after the fact was pretty big for me. And then honestly, again, as much as it hurts because it had to come at our demise, watching Adam do what Adam did was insane. That was phenomenal. And I think both from like how watching that was dope. I think it also put a fire under my ass that like, all right, that's what we're working with now. All right, cool. So like that's the thing. And they say that all the time. Once you get the chip, now the target's on your back. And it was already kind of on your back for what you did in that tournament, but like now this is some other shit. And so that just means that I just have to step my game up as a manager. Like we did good work, but we can do better. So coming for you, bruh.
I understand. A lot of people are, but I get it.
Well, you want that, right? You want that. I mean, that means that you're on top.
Okay, this is where we announce it. Winston wants me to study for singles and like go after Adam Collins.
Is that what we're saying?
Hey man, he's a rocket scientist. You ain't think he can't just all of a sudden memorize every movie that was ever created? Come on now.
Yeah, but did he go to film school?
Well, Paul Yama did. We'll have Paul train him. That's
yeah, exactly. Or we'll just have Paul fight him. Like that's easier.
You're taking on more. You don't need to there.
I can't wait for that. Honestly, I cannot wait for that match. I'm sad that we didn't get that match.
Like I was that's what one reason like I wanted our faction to somehow tie at the end of Spectacular so we could see an extra match of Paul versus Collins.
Bro,
that would have been like
Adam would have been for all the marbles. That would have been amazing.
Hey, we'll see what happens next season. We'll see what happens next season.
Unless Paul Yannick is saying by the Schmominati too. He is, it is considered what we just said earlier.
Why would you say that?
No.
The man.
We never know. We never know who it's going to go after next. Come on.
Oh my God.
It's a lady. I know some people were like, "Oh, well, that's definitely a dude in that mask," But there was obviously they obviously had the voice manipulated and everything.
Mm-hmm.
What if it were to be a lady? Which lady do you guys think it would be?
Marisol, stop tipping your hand. So now apparently that was her in the mask. She out here kidnapping motherfuckers.
She did have a little interaction with Guy, and she did make some comments at one point. So that doesn't hold true a little bit.
Okay, more that scene in Signs where at the beginning when they're just like, how do you know it wasn't like a 7-foot Scandinavian Olympian athlete? If anybody remembers that scene. at the beginning of the time. Running around on the rooftops. You don't know.
Not to say anything too controversial, but I saw some skin, and I didn't see a single drop of melanin there. So some people are off the list.
All right. Hey man, but what if they went Nicholson Joker, bruh? And like, you know what I'm saying? It just
like
did
put some makeup.
really good white people makeup. You know what I mean?
Sammy Sosa, like you don't know.
Oh yeah. This is why Chandra and I were a perfect pairing this season.
Yeah, there you go.
Earlier we were saying that near Crockett, you're saying dance off might be the way to do the speed round next year. We'll do a dance off.
Yo,
all right, I'll dance against the Schmominati guy. All right, that's more my speed. I think.
Wait, we just went over this. We don't know if that's a guy.
That's true. Well, we also know. I'll bring it up what we did it before. I'll have to do it one more time. I mean, we're gonna dance against anybody. You're gonna dance against.
There is that.
It's better every time. It gets better every time.
It's like the man. It's like the Schmominati mask. Every time, like you think you're ready to see it, but like no.
I need to know where
he's not going for the dance off as the speed round.
I need to know where Bateman got his hat, and I need to also know Chandra. I need to know where you got that hat, and Chandra, I need to know where you got your wig.
It was actually at It was actually at like a clothing exchange thing. So we do that at Caltech. I think it was like a year back when like COVID was not the thing. So what we do is you basically whatever clothing accessories like that you have that you don't need, you just sort of like clean them up and then like send there and then like take whatever interests you. Nice. And I was like, wait, I saw that wig and I was like, okay, Schmodown. It could come in handy in one of my Schmodown matches, and I made it work.
You make a great Kathy Griffin, I gotta tell you.
My favorite part was the chat when like everyone was just like roasting me like they were roasting Gucci with the vampire coat in one of the
Count Gucci.
Yeah, Count Gucci.
Bro, I thought that was absolutely phenomenal, especially when you told me. I think the thing that made me the saddest is the lockdown started again right before the match. So I was gonna go get a haircut so I could come in as Nick Fury. But I didn't, but like once they locked everything, I was like, I guess I'm just gonna have to do like I just went with angry me since we lost our first match, and I knew that. I was like, that'll have to be my outfit for this.
That was the whole plan. Oh, I already have like I have the idea for my defense against Mara. Like Winston, we'll talk. This time I'll give you a longer heads up. If you are my manager, I don't know if you're gonna choose me as your top 3. Yeah, if that happens, we'll talk.
We'll talk. I mean, look, bro, I would be stupid not to retain a champion and a champion that looks pretty undefeatable. I mean, one of those things that there's a number of people that could like could take it from you, just like there's a number of people that could take the belt from Adam, but like you are the best IG player on the field right now, period. That's not me standing or anything like that. You are. You proved it. Oh, look at get a shot now. Now you want
to I've never seen you be shy before, Chandra.
But it'll be a good match. I mean, Mara is one of the best to have ever done it. I'd be so interested to see if she got the sauce. I want to see a good scrap, you know. So yeah,
I'll be looking forward to it. It's gonna be
nuts next year. 3 pay-per-views a month. I mean, it's just gonna be a shitload of Schmodown, and we're all here for it. So
I'm just upset that I had a chance to go back to Texas for a pay-per-view, and then COVID said, "Nah, go fuck yourself." So and then we ended up doing it from my messy ass apartment. So you know what I'm saying? But
I was set. I was all set for my first live event beginning of this past year, and nope.
Would have been great. We would have been the Action Army is going to be there. We would be Drew Guy versus Mike Kalinowski, which would have been a fun match as well. And then you guys together, would have been great. Oh
shit! It's a Schmominati.
Speaking of that live event, I'm like 5% happy that my title match against Mets was not a live event. It was virtual because like I definitely would have been punched by someone after that event got over. Like
yeah, you need some Secret Service or something next season.
Yeah. I would have had to just like run and go hide in the room or something until everyone cools down for like an hour or two and then like come out.
Bro,
but, yeah.
Interesting question I bring up. Like, how do you think you would respond to that? Like, live event, I think definitely at that point when you were full on heel, everybody, so you would gotten most likely booed the hell out of because that's what you're doing with you're doing your job. You're doing your job, and Smash was kind of like the hero at that point. Would that have shaken you at all, you think, or is it something you think you can handle?
It's hard to say because I've like never experienced it. Like you can only prepare for it so much, right? Like so it's I think I know myself pretty well, and that's something I'd like actually want to find out. I like, to be honest, I don't know the answer to that question either. Like I'm finding out more about myself through all of this modern stuff.
I'll give you credit. It's a fair, honest answer. A lot of times people be like, "Oh, I can handle it," because you want to like build yourself up, and I get that, and that's a very, very fair, honest answer. I will say, I gotta say, Chandra, I want to say one thing that when you have kind of flipped and you turn your heel energy on, and you've really focused yourself very well, that you have a great place now in the Schmodown that you weren't quite there before when you're kind of like when you first started. It's that development of character that we talked about with Adam and Marisol and you earlier. That has been a solid development for you, and you're right where you want to be now, I think. So you're doing your job great. So.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, the last thing I'll say, and then I probably need to call it a night.
We're going to wrap up now anyway, I believe.
Cool. I was just going to say, like, I mean, one, Chandra will be ready for it. And that comes with, and I think it's the same thing. Is that's what we're here for. And if there was I think that's one of the few advantages that I think I might share with like Sam. I mean, with Shannon too, to be honest with you, because she's an actress in her own right. I have plenty of experience doing that I can coach Chandra up on that before we even get to that point, and to relish lose, to let that actually be something that makes him stronger. You know, we'll be ready. We'll be ready.
Yeah.
Well, guys,
I think. Sorry, just one thing. I think was something Andrew guys told on the last studio day. I still remember because. He said cheers are cheap, claps are cheap, because everyone they clap for everyone basically because they're here to watch the Schmodown, which means they're fans of everyone at the Schmodown. And like having basically someone root for you is kind of easy because they're already fans of the product. But like having someone root against you is harder to achieve, and it's an achievement in itself, and that's what you need to remember when someone actually roots against you. And like I still like sometimes it does get overwhelming, but that's like straight from the devil's or past devil's mouth. So that's kind of what I take to heart.
First piece of advice, bro, find somebody to pick on and then never stop. That's what I do. That's what I do to Justin Square. Every time he opens his mouth and tries to shit talk you, I'm like, oh, how them tears. Like he said, this is the saddest spectacular I've ever witnessed. And I put a gif of a puppy being like, hi. Like, bro, that's how you get around that. Just find somebody and then just
okay, we do. That's how we were going to wrap.
But Justin Square's a good dude, though.
That's why I like messing with him. That because I know he can take it. If he wants to dish it out, he got to know he can take. He's got to get it back.
Maybe. All right, I'll say that as well. All right, but I want to thank you, Brendan, for a while. I want to thank everybody who's hopped on. We had Mara here earlier. I want to thank Mark Ellis for his opening video for us. Everybody was here, and Adam, you three had been here the whole time and given up a lot of your night. I really, 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 truly appreciate it. It's been a very fun event. Thank you again, Winston, for popping on. But let's go around real quick. Adam, you want to promote anything? Tell people can find you. The floor is yours.
Next season of the Schmodown, I think I'll be around. But beyond that, look, in the off season, I'm watching and reviewing movies on Letterboxd. Try and glean from that what you will. You're not going to figure anything out, just what I'm currently watching. But I like interacting with fans about stuff that we find interesting. So AIZANTHOR Eisenthor on Twitter and Letterboxd. There you go.
Perfect. Chandra, how about you?
At Chandru Things on Twitter and Instagram, and you can see me in the season opening match of next season defending this belt. Against Mara, amazing Mara Kanapik. This is the first time I'm playing someone I haven't played before in a year, so I'm so excited for that matchup. It's gonna be so much quirky energy. And I'm gonna get Mara to dance for sure in her entrance. That's like my challenge, apart from like the match itself.
You're on money right there. Marisol, where do the folks find you?
They can find me. I'm getting the hang of this Twitter, as they say. So I'm getting a little more comfortable with it. I'm chirping a little bit on there. So you can find me on Twitter at Marisol_Mariah, MAMIRIAH. Also, like Adam said, I'm also a little. I'm inclined to hang out on Letterboxd, especially now that we're away from the off season. I'm catching up on all non-Schmodown related films and really good stuff that I didn't get a chance to watch this year. So I'll be on there. I'm up for sharing and discussing movies with people. Letterboxd, at my handle on there is also Marisol Mariah. And that's about it. And then sometimes I pop up on the Schmodown page on Facebook too.
No underscore on Letterboxd, correct?
No underscore. No. I like to shake it up.
And Winston, how about yourself?
Right there, you can follow me at the Swaggy Blur. That's all socials. Blurred's in the Hood, Game Time, SEN Live, the IG show tomorrow. I'm going to be with this gentleman right above me. We're going to be talking about the Yule Ball, so definitely come through. If you're a big Harry Potter fan. This whole month, it's all holiday themed IG movies. Which Marisol, if you want to be on the show, I'm starting to get to that point now where I'm running out of IG competitors. So like the Christian is now giving me permission to ask regular Schmodown players. So you too, Adam, if you're interested, let me know.
All right, just don't get any ideas over here, Winston. All right.
I see you. What are you talking about, girl? I would never.
Match me up.
But no, definitely hit me up on Twitter, on Instagram. I watch a Christmas movie a day from Thanksgiving on, so that's been kind of what's been going on. I cannot recommend enough A Recipe for Seduction, the KFC sponsored film with Mario Lopez. It's phenomenally bad. I can't speak better about that movie. It's so good. Anyway, that's all that's going on right now.
Thank you. All right. And Jake, since you popped on, I'll let you promote yourself. Where you want to find you?
I ain't got shit to promote. I'm just here.
Visible men, directed to the point. Megs, how about yourself?
So you can find me here on this channel doing match breakdowns with Alex Mack, and I will pop on other shows from time to time. If you want to follow a lot of the stat stuff that I do put those on the Schmodown Facebook page as well as the faction pages. You can follow along with me personally on Twitter and Instagram. That's Megs_reclaimed.
And you can find me at Paul_Taduzio on Twitter. You can find me. It's actually funny. We don't have matches to break down the next week or two. It's going to be kind of strange. We will be.
I'll still be busy.
We'll still be releasing our C2A reaction spectacular. We're going to clip out some of the highlights of the big moments. The shall we say Ben Bateman's return to form. So to speak, or as
we didn't talk about that part.
The Andrew Guy scenes as well, and some of the big victories, and there's a Flirt and Flowers promo. Some of that we're going to get those out as soon as we can get them all edited down. And next week on Chilled Action, the show I do with my lovely co-host Danny Joy, we're going to be bringing on the other potential manager of the year. Shannon Barney is going to be our guest of the first episode. She was on our show with Mike Kalinowski a year before, but is back over a year now, I think, before she actually became a manager. She was first dipping her toes into the world of the Schmodown. So it's going to be interesting to see a year later to get a full-on Chilled Action episode with her. And finally, Thursday on SEN Network coming up next. I produce that and engineer that for Jen Sturger and Brad Gilmore. So that's a lot of fun. And the Action Industries page on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where hopefully I can find out where Andrew Guy is. He didn't show up today for his show.
Well, ain't you just fucking someone?
We're a little worried about that.
Yeah.
So, anyway, thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor to be with you guys. Thanks so much again. Leave a like, subscribe, comment. Tell us what you want us to see and everything else. But that's till next time. So until then, we all salute you.
Salute.